Hello. Hey, hey. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Hello, Ion. You stinky. You stinky. Hope you're doing good. Welcome in. It's Sunday here. I'm feeling lazy. Somehow I'm feeling lazy. I mean, usually on Sunday it's not supposed to be lazy. It's supposed to be Monday. But I don't know. So when I'm lazy, I want to play some Tekken. Doesn't make sense, but doesn't make sense. But oh my gosh, Stinky! Thank you for the gems, though. I love how usually the fart noises redeem is not that loud, and then you have the bits redeem. Loud. Sometimes the loud echoes funny still kind of applies, I would say. It still kind of applies sometimes, I just gonna put it that way, alright? Yeah, anyway, I want to see if I can rank up more of my Reina, I think. Yeah, I want to see if I can rank out a little bit more of Reina, and yeah, it sounds about right, I just want more dragon ring. Currently, my Reina is at TENRYU, I think. Yeah, I think it's Shinryu, and I don't know what the next rank is, but I do know there is TENRYU. But TENRYU is like one of the Shinryu. Like between Shinryu and TENRYU, there's like one more. But all of them are dragons, so I'm not even gonna complain. It's great. Okay, let me see. I think. Okay, there we go. Now I just need to go here. God, I feel so sleepy for whatever reason. So put this on here. I think I'm not missing anything, I hope. Right, okay, let's close this one. Open up this one. It's gonna take a while to open. Every time I try to open up Tekken 8 for the first time, it's just gonna take a long time. I was honestly debating whether I want to play Gunfire Reborn or this one. But I feel like I kind of want to play a little bit more Tekken since it's Sunday, and usually Sunday there's a lot more people playing, so that's why. Maybe some other day I'll play more Gunfire Reborn. I got the itch wanting to play more Gunfire Reborn lately. So yeah, I want more Gunfire Reborn. Also, last night I played with a few friends of mine, and I actually got a pretty decent woodpecker build for the Tiki. Like my Tiger got a pretty decent woodpecker build, and I was very happy about it. Hello, hi Nexus. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing wonderful. I'm feeling pretty lazy. on a Sunday afternoon, lazy? Wow. I can't believe it. Yeah, these days I feel like lots of times I just feel pretty lazy. Like I don't want to do. Like, it just feels like I don't want to do anything. Just want to lie on bed. It's like, ooh. But nah, it's all good. It's only like a. I'm pretty sure it's only like a temporary thing, right? It's temporary. All right, let's see if I can get Reina to like higher rank. I actually kind of like this. Oh, why is the frame like shit? Oh god.
Get ready for the next battle.
Maybe someday I'll play Gunfire Reborn, or maybe even afterwards, you know? Since I'm feeling lazy, I don't think I can play a lot of Tekken 8, but we'll see. If at any point I feel too tired to play Tekken 8, then I'll probably go for some Gunfire Reborn, because why not? I've been feeling the itch to play Gunfire Reborn lately. Game's fun. Game's great. Oh my god. Oh, I cannot even do waifu. Oh god. Oh, that was bad. Oh, actually, I have a good idea of like checking if I'm ready. So I saw this VDX video on YouTube. Of course, it's VDX. The Tekken coach. The Tekken coach. So I just realized Dragunov has like a really good throw game. I didn't realize. I thought every time a single hand extended, like extending single hand, I thought it's like a generic throw, but it's not. So that's how I know that here in Dragunov has command throws on all left hand, right hand, and both hands. So I was like, wow, shit, I didn't even know. God. So this is what I did last time. It's like, it's not exactly from the video, but it's just, I feel like how I want to do it. So usually I just do like this to warm up a little bit. Action intervals on slow, because I just want to like warm myself up to see the hand movement, right? Which VDX says about it is like, yeah, that makes sense. So this is what it looks like, right? Now I need to like look at this 5 times, or even more if you want to, but not too much. This is how I warm up now. Or like not now, like usually before I want to stream Tekken 8, the previous day I'll do this little thing. I'll do this little thing for a little bit, not too long because I'm lazy. So right now, what's bothering me is that the right hand, the 1+2 hand, confuses me so much. So I need to look at this more. The body just leans forward, right? Okay, and then check this out. The 1+2 throw is like... The 1+2 throw is so fast. right? It's actually super fast. I didn't wanna. You're supposed to do it on both sides, but I don't wanna. I'm lazy. So now we do this, so there will be like a mix in between. It's either left or right hand this time. That's the right hand. I pressed it wrong. Don't press it wrong. Be slow, then wrong. Yeah. Rather play it slow, but don't press the wrong button. Yeah, okay. Okay, at least I didn't press the wrong button. Right, getting used to it. Or not. Okay. And then with this, I think I can do like a shuffle between intervals. But this is gonna beat the shit out of me because I cannot react to throws, I feel like. Let's try it. Yeah, see? Okay. 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 I pressed the wrong button. I suck. Okay. Okay. Uh-huh. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. So what I'm trying to do is to actually react to the throws instead of just like guess breaking. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I guess break now. That's bad. Okay. 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 I pressed wrong button. But yeah, this is a good way to warm up, right? And then if the 1+2 throw, I think we can mix with like one break, I guess. I'll do this for a little bit longer. Oh, sorry, don't shuffle the attack action intervals. I pressed the wrong button. I cannot believe it. I might. No, don't guess break. Rather be slow than don't press the wrong button. Oh god. There we go, okay. Okay, I'm being very slow. But I'd rather be slow than pressing a wrong button. Don't press the wrong button. Look at the hands. Okay, look at the hands. Don't press the wrong button. Okay, I didn't press the wrong button. Okay. 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 Just break a few more times, then yeah. I think this is like a good little warm-up thing that I do all the time. So you guys realize that I can sort of break throws online now? It's because of this. Like I know this looks kind of stupid. I don't know, but it honestly helps. It honestly helps. Now it's like, oh shit, I'm believing it now. Okay, so this is 2 and 1+2 break. Okay, they look kind of the same-ish, you know. Like, I sometimes do get confused about this. Okay. Okay, didn't press the wrong button, that's good. Didn't press the wrong button, good. didn't press the wrong button. But... Okay, and then we shuffle for a little bit. I know I didn't do shuffle for the time. I'm just trying to go through this like very fast. Alright, here we go. I press wrong button. I press wrong button again. Okay. 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 I press wrong. No, don't press the wrong button. Okay, I didn't press the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. I was ready. Okay. I keep. Don't press the wrong button. Look at the hand. Look at the hand. Don't panic. Okay, don't panic. Don't panic. Don't panic. Don't panic. It's fine. It's fine. I can't believe it. I'm still pressing the wrong button. Don't do that. Okay. Don't do that. Don't press the wrong button. It just stands upright. Hey, I pressed the wrong button. I thought this was a 1+2. Shit. I actually thought that was a 1+2. I pressed the button. Okay, wait. So now we enable over, but put that one slow. This one I cannot break. Like last time I tried, I actually cannot break them. It's so hard. But this is why we practice. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. That's 1+2. That's, oh my god, I thought this 1+2. That's 1+2. That's 2. Okay, I didn't press the wrong button. That's 1+2. I didn't press the wrong button. I feel like 1 break is the easiest to break currently. The movement is so obvious. Yeah, see? I still get confused by 1+2 or 2. So that means I'm not good enough. Need to practice more. That's 1+2. I pressed it. That's 1+2. Nice. Break a few more. Nice. Break a few more. I actually pressed wrong. I guess break. I guess break. Don't guess. Don't guess. Bad habit. There we go. I press it. That's good enough. I don't guess break. Okay, okay. Okay, I pressed the right button. That's 1+2. Nice. That's not 1+2. Oh my god, I'm still getting confused by that. Okay. That's 1. I guess break. That was bad. That's oh. 1+2. Okay, very slow, but I'll take it. That's 1. I'm getting very slow now. You know what? That's good enough. Oh my god. Hey, everything should be fine, right? You don't do that for too long because it feels like there's like a sweet spot for doing that. If I do that for too long, I'll just get like fuck. I'll just get frustrated, which is not ideal. Practice a little bit every day, and eventually I'll get there. I'll try my best. Li Chao Lan.
Get ready for the next battle.
Li Chao Lan. Does the first stage has the floor break mechanic? Oh, he doesn't have it. Should have known. Four bars, sure, I guess. I mean, it shouldn't be that bad, even though it's raining right now. It's raining. I love rain.
For the next battle.
I want to leave. I want to leave. Alright, here we go. We take those.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, nice. I was tech rolling. I didn't see that. Nice. Good punish. Someone has to break. I forgot Xiaoyu has a pro game as well. Oh damn, hop kick, alright. Hop kick again? Shit, no. I did. I forgot, Reina's the heat's super slow. Ooh, the pushback. Range! I didn't expect that to hit. Hop kick on round start? Should I have expected that from a Xiaoyu? Good patience. My Shinryu is gonna be gone! My Shinryu! It's okay, that just means I'm not good enough. Okay, less mining, more learning against this goddamn Xiaoyu. What's that? You dig jab there, okay. Nice. Ooh! We take those.
Round 2. Fight.
Hey, good punish. Uh-oh.
Round 3. Fight.
Don't commit to anything, just do it simply. Okay, okay, not bad, not bad. No round brown.
Round 1. Fight.
That was minus 15. Fair enough. Oh, second hit. I should have expected that, to be honest. Alright, that move, recognized it, recognized it. Duckable, but there's a second hit incoming. Oh! Why would you duck there? I never did that. Fair enough. Plus generate throw? Why does TENRYU has a throw game? Goddamn, there's a 1+2 break. Using all the cheese now, huh? Why does TENRYU has a throw game that really fucks me up? Snake! Beats it. Okay. Hop kick.
Round 4. Fight.
Hop kick. Hop kick beats everything. Fair enough. Uh-oh. I cannot react on that. Need to recognize that. When she spins on the floor like that, the 1+2 break, I'm dead. No ratio. Good mid. Oh man, TENRYU has a troll game is really such a doozy to deal with. It's funny how when back turns, TENRYU has like this exact same animation, but it's either a 1+2 break or a 1 break. Oh, or a generic throw, sorry. So, I hate that. Don't like that. TENRYU is not supposed to have those kind of games. Not supposed to have those kind of throw games. And somehow her throw game is stronger than King. What the fuck? King doesn't have a combo started throw that does like 75% damage, I think. Cheesecake! Oh my god, the cheesecake! Cheesecake! Ow. How is cheesecake? Welcome, welcome. Is this the same Xiaoyu? I hope not. There we go. I realized this one do a lot more. No Wi-Fi. This one do a lot of damage. Jab into this. Yeah, 46, and then this one is like 43. 3 points more. Carrots. Cheesecake is good. Nice. Good to know. How is Tira the Omega Ultra Amazing? Then there's a hugs and smooches. Hey, I'll take hugs and smooches. Also, I'm doing good. Just being lazy. I'm feeling very lazy today. But I don't know why I'm playing Tekken when I'm feeling lazy. But I'm doing pretty good. And good, it's good to know that the Omega Ultra Amazing Adorable Cutie Bean that is Cheesecake is doing good too. I feel like the cough is slowly gone now, so it's all good. Who are you?
Round one. Fight.
Ashi? Yeah, -4. I have no patience. Good backdash. Don't do that! Woo! Nice. Oh, good break. A good throw, no break. I have no breaks. You were trying to do low heat smash, were you? We take those! Smooch! block. Good confirm. That was beautiful. That was sweet. Yo, good patience. It's so bad. I'm so mean. Yo, and small. Good block. Good punish. I have no patience. Good check, good check. Ooh. Nice. That was beautiful. Nice. Oh, nice. Not dead yet. Hey, nice. They're playing all the stuff now. Alright, here we go. I shift up. Oh, nice. I'm dead. Good throw, good throw. Should check the throw breaks as well. If I did something in my throat. Here we go. Nice. I did that too. That's no fun. I tried to disrespect on the +4 move. I'm stupid. Good. No, +1. Oh! Good confirm. Ooh. My leg. Oh. Damn. Good shit. Ashi. Plus. Plus. Oh. Good block. Hey, still have a chance. Good punish. Oh, nice hop kick. Okay. Hey, get schmicked. It's a condition. We take those. Good shit, that was an amazing round. In case you don't message back from direct message, I'm gonna go ahead and reboot the conversation. Oh? Shit, did I miss the messages again? Yeah, I don't really look at DMs too much. You mean the AIR? Probably. God, I'm sorry, but I don't... I guess you're right, I don't really message back on direct messages. Fuck. But yeah, hi Vicious Beans. Sorry. I don't know, it's like... I don't know what it's like, but it feels like I always forget. Like, there's so many instances where I don't reply back to my friends, and it's like, shit, maybe I'm forgetting too much.
Get ready for the next battle.
Claudio? Oh, that's so rare. Skooma. Skooma. This guy plays too much Elder Scrolls on Elder Scrolls. Skooma. Here we go. Why are you ducking? Nice. I ducked. Low. Double one.
Round 3. Fight.
Nice punish. Hey, we take those.
You win.
Still love the music. Oh wait, this is Dio. Dio, I just realized. Oh my god, it's actually Dio. Dios mío. Nice. I low parried. I didn't break it. Yeah, let's go.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice. Nice. You punch those? That hit. Oh, what? No, Dio! Oseruma! I'm +1! Let's go! Don't worry about it, I get it. Yeah, still, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I guess I really don't reply as much to direct messages other than like 1 or 2 people that I talk with a lot. Yeah, I guess I'm pretty bad at it. I know it's not much, but sorry about that. Yeah, hi Katsudon. Yeah. Well, ow, yep. I'm protecting my Shinryu ring. Still wanna delete it? Do you think I blocked you or something? No, I mean, I wouldn't think that way other than like someone, other than I feel like I really pissed someone off, then yeah. I wouldn't just think of like a empty conversation, empty conversation means that I got blocked. There we go. Why is it so hard to talk today? Oh my god.
Get ready for the
I wasn't
next
lying when I
battle.
said I'm feeling lazy today for some reason. Oh fuck. But I just want to play some games. I don't want to be lazy. Alright, let's go Kyung. Hop kick on round start. Why am I not surprised? Fuck. I expected that honestly. This is the Cheese King. Need to block that. If I can block that, I win the game honestly. Because Reina is really good. Full crouch, block, punish. Oh, I was attacking. Wow. Really?
Round 3. Fight.
Big check. Whoa. Big check. Low. Big check. Oh, my backdash was not clean. Lightning Wizard. Hold it out. Let's go. I broke some Shining Wizards today. Hard to yip when tongue go. I know, right? Good armor. Big check. Good armor. So they always armor there, huh? Oh my god. It's a punish and a half. Delay.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice. No. Oh, I cannot do that mix against them. Okay. 114k. Don't know where they came from. Mind if I fight you, Tiura? We can try. Sure. I don't know how bad it's gonna be, but it's probably gonna be very bad. But I'm willing to try. Do you make? Oh shit! How do we fight each other again? Do you have? Do I? How? Oh shit! No, Joe is not here. I don't know how to add people. Is it community? Friends list. Steam. Oh, there is Steam friends. Request sent. No. Waiting approval. No. No, I'm on PC, but it's okay. There's cross-platform. Oh crap! No, there's cross-platform. Look, Joe is PS5. We can play together. But I don't know how to add each other in Tekken 8. So how is there rivals? My profile?
Hello and welcome.
Calenzo Bears, thank you. Welcome in. Appreciate the follow. I'm S plus hyper focused. Oh, you gave me a cake? Oh my god. I got a cake, I couldn't believe it. God, any idea how to add people? I have no idea. Oh no. Gosh, only Joe knows. I don't even know how. Online replay? If I check for like online replay, can I search? There's no search function. Tekken power 0. Keep playing against others, don't waste your time. I'll see if I can find something. Well, if it helps that you can try to add me, I guess? I can show you my profile again and you could maybe like take a picture of it and see if that helps. Or maybe I can like search online like how to add people and take it. how to add friends. How to add friends? Multiplayer, not multiplayer mode. Yeah, I need to know where to add people as well. I only know where to add by going to like friends or like players I played against. Head into the Tekken Fight launch and then oh, that's a good idea. Make sure you're in the same region. We'll only play together if you're all in the same region. We could go to the Tekken Fight launch if you don't mind. And then we can meet there and then we add each other and then we can play against each other as well. Let me try. A Tekken Fight launch. Where did I go? Amadikaman? What if I'm staying in... What if we go to Asia 2? Will we meet... We'll probably meet each other in Asia 2, I guess. Alright, I'm going there. Oh yeah, I forgot this is how my character looks like with a cum stain. Right. Oh god, oh, what is this game? God damn it. Why does this game allows cum stain? See, that's the question. My god. Oh wait, that's you. Okay, okay. Taking a friend request. Who are you? Why do you keep jumping around me? Hey, we're friends? Are we friends? Direct chat, which is terrible. Hey, Katsu, you can like sit down in a Tekken cabinet and then we can fight. Is this a group match? Alright, let's see how bad it is. Reina. Why am I getting into warm-up space? Why am I in warm-up space?
Get ready for the next battle.
Didn't we sit on a cabinet? Yeah, I don't know too. Oh, it's a group match! Oh, this is a group match! That's different! Oh my god, there's group match in this game? Yeah, this should be you. It's one bar. It's one. If it's one bar, it should be you. Match has been denied. Is that not you? A group match is like there's I think there's like 8 cabinets.
Get ready for the next battle.
And then we all, yeah, it is you. And then we all shuffle. Let's go one bar. Let's go one bar. There was someone who just jumps around me. I don't know who that is. It's working. Oh good. Oh my god. What is... Basic combo, please. I cannot do shit. Oh, good grab. I literally cannot look at the grabs. If I break a throw here, I'm a god. Nice. Oh, tried to snipe that. Perfect. It's not real electric. Oh no. Good patience. Oh my god, I couldn't punish that. It's a high. It's a high. So you hop kick at wall pressure. Good shit, good shit. 300 MS and it's working. This is a miracle. This is an absolute miracle. Oh my god, I cannot confirm 1-1-2. Okay. Okay. What? Win a group match? That's a thing. It's smooth. It's smooth. I don't know how. You say you're around American area, right? Regaining Helshin cards are perfect. I don't know if game says it's perfect.
Get ready for the next battle.
You're from America area, right? So that means the netcode in Tekken 8 is good? What's worth exploring if you ask me? True, right? I think we're good. Alright. we can try once more.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, descent to subconscious. I just realized this stage is pretty cool. A lot of floor breaks. Like it's smooth. It's not stuttering. It's actually smooth. That's what surprised me so much. In Tekken 7 it would just crash. Hi. Oh. Hop kick. Cannot punish. Cannot punish hop kick. Oh, nice spectacle. Woohoo! Yee, Kamida. Yeah! Oh my god, it's gonna do electric. Oh, there it is. That was a misinput. Oh my god, misinput so hard. Oh my god. That was a throw break button. Actually did it. Ow. Alright, look at this, look at this. Whoop. Oh, the fucking range! Oh my god. Going down. Actually, not just frame, but a nice input of down 4-1. You wanna try again? Hmm? I mean, that's the thing. To me, it's kind of playable. It's weird. It's so weird. Because the thing is, I play Damn Fighting Hurt a lot back then, and then it's like all because a lot of people play Damn Fighting Hurt. It's all like around the Europe area, so the ping is all like 300 ms at least. So I have to play with 7 to 8 frames of delay, and because of that, I think I'm kind of like used to it. It was 7, this is 8, so I guess Namco solved the issue. They improved it, not really solved it, I would say. But that's a huge fucking improvement. I'll take it any day, holy shit. I will take it any day. Because holy shit, it's actually playable. I am mega surprised. Is that good enough for you? I mean, yeah. Oh wait. I'm gonna go like... Where's the beach area? Wasn't there like a beach area? Is it... Where am I? Oh, there it is. Huge part, a huge coconut tree. Coconut. 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 This is Tekken Ball, right? I'm gonna sit here and see if anyone comes here. Shaheen. CQC. Azazel's core. Yo, purple ball. Purple ball though.
Get ready for the next battle.
If I don't cancel into Sentai, it's only +2. Hey, I'm getting the Soria back. Nice. Wait, let me try something. $87? Damn, jab into down 4-1 is a lot of damage for a world combo. Okay. Thanks for fighting anyway. Thanks for the fight too. It was very interesting to know that it actually kind of works when we're literally opposite the world. English. It's hard. Oh, wait, I want to do... Wait, does it not work anymore? There we go. Whoa. $69? Nice. Why is it whiff sometimes? Yeah, this was only 43. Jab me to this. 46. I know I was playing Tekken Ball. Let's return to the launch. Tekken Ball. Anyone plays Tekken Ball? I don't know. I never played Tekken Ball myself. Maybe I should try off stream sometimes. Like, maybe if I go to launch and then just be like, who want play Tekken Ball? Huh? And then hopefully someone will like... Someone will like, just like, okay, sure, let's play some Tekken Ball. I never really go to like the Tekken launch. I just go ranked. I'm like a... I don't know why I just keep going ranked. I mean, ranked is fun. Just don't get too like... don't get too heated up, and it's all good. Fan Wei. If at any point I feel like I'm like heated or some shit, I'll just go Gunfire Reborn. I'll just go Gunfire Reborn.
Get ready for the next battle.
But honestly, I've been doing good for the past few matches, so I'll take it. Duck some highs, break some throws. Got some good matches in. Damn combo. Solia! Yeah, this is a new wall combo. It's so good. It's way better than Heihachi's wall combo. I mean, Heihachi's wall combo is really good in after season 3 of Tekken 7. Season 1 Heihachi is just sad because that's all he gets. One jab into a stomp. Sorry, like, no, not this one. Wall combo, one jab, stomp. That's the wall combo for Heihachi. But because Reina got like a second hit of stomp, suddenly makes it super good. How minus is that? -9. Oh, it's safe. It's +2 on block when I transition to Sentai? That's why this is confirmed. This is like guaranteed. +12 of the Sentai. Reina, so many moves of Reina just makes it plus or safe.
Get ready for the next battle.
When I cancel it into a Sentai. Maybe Sentai is really strong. It is very strong. Another King. So many King lately. I mean, I know King is absolutely broken right now, but shit, the amount of King I got is like crazy. Alright, break Shining Wizard. That's all I need to know. Are you Ash Ketchum? Oh wait, are you are like a wrestler, I think. Are you like an arcade? You look like a wrestler. Oh my god. This guy has a lot of patience. Need to open them up. It's a 2-break. Nice combo. Nice heat smash. This guy's very patient, holy shit. Good punish. I didn't break it. I almost pressed it though. Oh, nice giant swing. Holy shit. Brian! Thank you.
Keep, keep, keep.
Keep. What? Oh. Nice low. That's a really good king. Thank you, Brian. 19 months. Thank you. Oh, I didn't confirm it. I tried to sidestep it. Good shit. That was so fast. Good shit. Did you know you are small and easily hoardable? Yeah. Hi, Solar. Channing Wizard? Nah. Ah, I'm too slow! Damn, ow. Get grabbed! The balls is gone! This is a good king, holy shit. Curse summon Kobo is hoarded. Yeah. More Draken. More Draken. Good punish. Oh! I walked up too quickly. Nice. Okay, don't do hell sweeps. They must be taking it. Oh shit. Hello? I wasn't ready. Oh, the 2 break. Hey, hey. They're very patient, but I realize they respect me too much. they respect me too much. So I'm just twerking. I'm just twerking around them. It's like, yeah, I'm doing my shit. So that's how people felt when they fought against me when I'm just turned up. I respect them too much. Shit, I should have known. The twerk. I should twerk when I need to twerk. Oh no. $87 free damage. Good golly. Also, I hope Brian and Solar, I hope you are doing good. Welcome in, welcome in. Thanks for the subscriber again, Brian. Punch, kick, kick, kick. I love I love to spell things like, you know, K-I-C-K, remove the K plus C, K-I-C-C. Anything that ends with C-K will become C-C in my book. I just think I love it. I don't know why. $74. Oh my god, out of a down for 2? Oh. I don't know why sometimes it waits. Wait. That's the micro dash. I cannot do it too much. Right? $69. I don't know when the dragon says that a Kobo is small and easily horrible. I like it. I'm weird. I'm getting weirder every day. Oh wow, nice. A PS5? Goddamn.
Get ready for the next
Actually
battle.
based. Actually based. Like a PS5 connecting an Ethernet cable to it, and it's a 5-bar based.
Round 1. Fight.
Yep. Let's go! Why are you ducking so much? Don't duck against Reina, holy shit. Alright, you want to duck? You want to duck? Good duck. Good patience. Oh, I ducked. Here I go! Here I go! Down for 2 round start. Fuck, they did it too, but they were faster. Mine's like kind of slow. Nice combo. Do it again. I dare you. Nice patience. Good punish. Ooh, nice. Good timing. I'm dead. Beautiful. Hey, hey! The momentum shift. They always press on round starts. The back dash down for 2 works.
Round 1. Fight.
Good block. Get baited. Good patience. Ooh, nice demo, man. I didn't block. Shit. I ducked. Good hop kick. High Camp Studios, hi. Still a die heist? No, it's mine. Good duck. Never do a low, baby. How are you doing? Wrist, I assume? Good luck. Good dog, that was beautiful. I autopiloted it. Ow. Oh. We take those. I broke a throw in reaction. Pressure! I'm twerking. Damn, I am doing good today. What the fuck? Speaking of, got nuked and I some tonight. You both got thigh highs? Oh my god! I want to get one of mine as well, but because I'm living in a family, it's it's so impossible. I could hide them. I want one! They look so comfy. Only was influenced by your Kobo style. You're welcome. Trace new slip. Okay. Am I too low? I hope not. Oh, no Wi-Fi. Yeah, it's a lot trickier than I thought, unfortunately. If I can, there's so many things I want to get. I've been browsing dresses lately. I've been browsing
Get
dresses
ready
like,
for
oh
the
god.
next battle.
I want one. Let's go. Big check. Ah, I messed up. I forgot Heihachi can do that. Disrespect. Ah, I didn't break it. I pressed one. I know how to break throws. Come on. Interesting Reina play though. Someone like hell sweeps.
Round 3. Fight.
Good job. Good disrespect. This person likes going low. Good luck. Right. Okay.
Round 4. Fight.
Good block. Stop. Stop, thank you.
You win.
Got some leather outfit. She really loves the old adventurer. Looks so thick leather core set and such. God. They all sound so good. I don't press one. Oh, wake up 4-4. Good call.
Round 2.
Hi, Bree.
Fight.
Autopilot. How did that even happen? How did that even happen? Oh my god, I whipped 2 jabs!
Round 4. Fight.
That was fast as hell. Damn, I'm doing so good. What the fuck? I don't know how.
Get ready for the next battle.
Hope you're doing good, Breen. Welcome, welcome. Got myself some gothic outfits just for me, too, cause heck yeah, Goth of Kobo for the win. Yeah. They all sounds amazing. Nice. Finch! Oh, Finch! Oh my god, thank you.
Get ready for the
Also,
next
hi,
battle.
it has been a while. I don't know why my voice is like getting destroyed. Thank you, Finch. Also, welcome, welcome. It's been a while, hope you're doing good. Jin Senpai. Right, here we go.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh damn, your PC's dying fast as lightning. What the fuck? Why is your PC dying? Why tracks? Damn.
Round 2. Fight.
I autopilot. They were ready. Coming down? No? Alright. Nice. Disrespect. Oh damn! Oh shit, that was beautiful. Those two parries? Hell yeah. Amazing. It's been a while, love the socks. Thank you. I love the socks too. Oh god.
Round 3. Fight.
Not again. Oh! I don't autopilot like that. They were ready. Brain. Nice tail sweep. That was beautiful.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh, I am. You're... Damn. This guy likes the parry. Don't parry too much.
Final round. Fight.
Damn. My god. Oh, fair enough. I overextended. Oh, okay. They're disrespecting my hell sweeps now. So nice. Nice Jin. I love the dances. Oh wait. Oh my god, I'm TENRYU. I'm a dragon. I'm a sky dragon now. Good shit, good shit.
Round 1. Fight.
Stop doing that. Oh, nice low. Disrespect. Nice. Not gonna disrespect anymore. Good timing. Cool. Good mid. That was +4. I really love the dance. That is not easy to do, by the way. This guy's a long time Jin man. Going down. Give me your balls. Nice hop kick. Shit. G, not yip yip. Not yip yip. Nice hell sweep. Woohoo! That was fast. Oh, I pressed forward. That's why. Goddamn. I cannot just break out like that. Good shit.
Fight.
We take those.
Final round. Fight.
There we go, confirm. You hop kick there again? I tried to reach your hop kick back then. Nice. What? Is it not that punishable? Damn, I thought it's -14. Isn't it Samsara -14? Shit, good stuff though. This is a long time gin main. I'm drinking gin now. You're gonna drink the gin. Help me, help me. Nice. Confirm. Oh my god. Hey, hey. Your PC's dying again. Your PC's dying again just now. What the hell? Okay. I autopiloted again. Ooh. Damn, this Jin's just twerking now. Oh, good throw. I guess they realize what I'm trying to do.
Round 3. Fight.
Good call. I cannot. Don't autopilot like that. Nice sweep. Cannot wake up like that. That was sweet. Good mid. God, it's a good player, but holy hell, the PC is dying so hard. Good disrespect. Okay.
Final round. Fight.
Yeah, I autopiloted again. Don't do that. I got you. Don't do that. Hey, we take those.
You win.
Ali. Damn, good Jin. The Jin's just twerking.
Get ready
Too
for
bad
the
though.
next battle.
I wish they lowered the graphics settings. But Botspot want you to drink yip. Drink yip. $47? Yeah. Nice. I need to drink some water.
Get ready for the next battle.
Okay. Damn, nice strip.
Round 1.
Alright, I'm ready.
Fight.
Ooh. Plus, no. Confirm. I didn't break it. It was a genetic throw. Oh! Uh-oh. Yeah, oh. Good call, good call. Good call. Alright, don't play like that, don't play like that. Nice low. Catch it. Ooh, duck and launch. Nice, I pressed one. Die! I pressed one. I pressed low kick on the floor, that's why I got it.
Fight.
Yeah. I respect Nation. That was unclean. It's a punish in half. It's one way to stop it. Oh fuck! I cannot react to Snake Edge. Still. Good mid. Can't believe that I got Snake Edged. I'm a fake TENRYU.
Round one. Fight.
Hey! That's damn it. They found a weapon. Now I need to react to it. Oh, nice. I need to react to it. I cannot let them get away with that. Yep. I'm letting them getting away with that, and it's pretty bad. It's not real. Die. Nice. Uh-oh. Good call. Good rager. Sure I expected that, but hey. Now I'm just looking for Snake Edge, so let me try to react to that and punish properly.
Round four. Fight.
Oh, nice auto. I respect that shit. Second hit. Ooh, good read. I'm dead. Yeah, this is my bad habit. I'm going back to my bad habits now. I'm committing to what's it? I'm committing to hell sweeps where I don't need to. Right? Because the reward for hell sweep is just a mix. And then the risk of hell sweep is death. So I cannot just keep resorting to doing hell sweeps like that. I'm looking for snacks, but Kobo is right here. Don't eat Kobo. I'm looking for Yip, but Kobo is right there. That actually sounds right. What is this move? What? What? What is this godlike move? Wait, I didn't know about this one. What the hell? What is that god? It's for neutral tree. What the hell? What is that godlike safe mid launcher? 逍遥刀子. This person likes to watch some sort of like 武侠片. They like Chinese 武侠剧. Oh no, what is this? The connection is like trash. And you're expecting to break throws like this? Your PC is ass, man. Good punish. Damn, all the blue sparks though. Good call. Ooh, nice. Good armor. Okay, they're playing the cheese way. See what I can do. I didn't duck it. It's a lift. Of course it's gonna be that. I pressed 1+2 thinking it's gonna be like a 1+2 throw. I'm doing hell sweeps again, it's pretty bad. I don't do hell sweeps that much. Need to duck that. Nice. Throws. Plus. That was bad. Good stuff. Hey, crap, it's a 2 break. Shit. Oh, I thought I was gonna do RKO there. Good call. I cannot believe I'm not breaking throws, but I cannot break throws when it's like 124 MS. Fuck. Get there already. I'm stupid. That was me being very stupid. Damn. I'll do it again. Heal. You would do that. I need to break throws. I'm a fraud TENRYU right now. You play king and then you cancel? God damn. The audacity. Well, GG still. Because I took the W. Kobo an absolute snack? Don't eat. I don't want to be eaten. Cat sitting on Kobo face. That's very cute. Wow, my electric is so bad. What?
Get Get ready for the next battle.
Oh no, Drakunopu! Why is it Drakunopu? I'm scared looking at Drakunopu now because Drakunopu is so hard to go against with the huge lows and huge mids. Damn. Good duck. Woo! Nice snake trick. That hatchet has it's insane, that hatchet. Good disrespect. Yeah, nice con hit. Oh, high crush. F one. Need to duck the strings. I could just keep doing that. Interesting Tekken 7 combo. They tried. I practiced it though. Well, good shit. Dragunov is still pretty strong. Let's go. Less whining, more learning. I got this. Less whining, more learning.
Round one. Fight.
Just play the game. I tried to low parry for no reason. Oh. Good mid. There's a really long range mid.
Round two. Fight.
Oh, that was a good check. Oh my god. The lows. When did Dragon have so much good lows? It's a 2-break. Good call. How goes the funding Helldivers project? Not good because because I just bought 3 plushies and now I'm broke.
Get ready for the next battle.
I don't think I can buy Helldivers anytime soon. Like I can't help it. That's 3 in 1 package that costs like 300 ringgit. I have to get it. It's so hard to do though. That's not bad. It's so hard to do. Forward 4 into CD3. Ooh,
Get ready for the next battle.
that's a weird looking paw. Not this map. No, not this stage against Paul. Fuck me. This is a cheesy Paul. Fuck. Don't step.
Round 2. Fight.
I can't believe it. Oh. No! Duck that string. Duck the string 3-2. Duck the 3-2. Alright, let's look for it. They like that move a lot. Oh, you would duck? Holy shit. Ah. Oh, you still do it, even though I ducked it. Alright, do your thing.
Round 1. Fight.
Ow. Well, I'm not surprised. Brain traps.
Round 2. Fight.
I tried. Uh-oh. Interesting combo. Ugh. No. Let's wait for him to do stuff.
Round 3. Fight.
That's a really bad punish. I messed up the input. Brain traps. Very useful. Keep it simple. I love electrics, but holy shit. Sometimes just gonna keep it simple. Yeah, the
Get ready for
plushies.
the next battle.
The plushies are very important. I need them. I guess there's only one bad thing about a lot of people playing, so there's a lot of Wi-Fi players out there. Nice.
Get ready for the next battle.
Hi, Jade. Reina is just extra hungry. That's why she screams cuts. He just wants the cuts done. I know, right? Oh fuck, not June. All right, here we go. There's a punish and a half. Let's go. Big jab. Big jab. No patience.
Round 2. Fight.
Ooh. Really? 1-1? He just wants us to break. Should have expected that, honestly.
Round 3. Fight.
Wow, okay. The disrespect is real, holy shit. This character, I swear to god. Not the punishable. What? If the first one hits, it's all guaranteed? Fucking hell, this character is 8.
Round 4. Fight. Final round. Fight.
Jesus Christ. Sure expected that.
You lose.
The true 8 character, June, what the fuck? Anything she does, she's just safe, or it's insane. It's for insane damage.
Round
Can disregard pressure like that?
Fight.
Fuck me.
Round 2. Fight.
I don't. Of course, why am I not surprised? It's June we're talking about. Big jab.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh my god, man. I learned your thing and then you just run away. This is June, by the way, the most toxic character in the game. June Xiaoyu.
Next battle.
June and Xiaoyu is like the worst. Like they don't even accept that they're like if you say that the character is easy to play, they will shit on you so much. Like holy fuck, man. They never learn matchups, they never do. And then what they do when they lose, they run. Because their shit is not working anymore. God, June pissed me off so much. Those are the characters that goes like, they're trying to kill scrubs, you know? But some scrubs will learn, like me. You know, I'm a scrub, but I learn. Right? Not gonna lie, I suck at the game. That's why I play the game to learn about the game. You know, this particular scrub learns, and then people like that just go like, oh, this scrub doesn't learn, let's just kill them. And then they found out that, oh, this person is adapting my playstyle, oh, leave. And then find another noob, find another like noob, right? Noob. And just kill them. But Jesus fucking Christ, it's so miserable playing like that. But I guess they don't care, they just want the W. Hell yeah.
Get ready for the next battle.
What? Why is it green rank? I might get killed by a green rank since there's a lot of knowledge checks that I don't know about Fang. We'll see. 11 wins? Damn. Alright, okay. Oh no, it's this Fang. Okay. Got combos. Tio. Disrespect. I should not be trying to play like that. They're always chat. Oh, they got punished. I tried to sidestep. Hi! Tio! Hi! Hey, come on, don't eat my infant. Damn, what are you doing? That's safe? Plus 6? Yeah, I told you I'm gonna get knowledge checked. I don't fight as much Fang. And green rank Fang is like the scariest. I forgot they just press buttons after that. I don't want to learn the matchup. I don't want to learn Fang's matchup. So I just twerk in front of him. I just keep twerking so I don't need to learn. Okay, let's learn. Ah, fuck. Alright, okay. Hold back. This is safe. That's very punishable. That should be punishable, right? Fair enough. Low. +6. Of course it's faster. Cusio! Shit, I pressed one. I think that's a punish and a half. Nope. The disrespect. Good armor. Going down. Ow. Hey.
Round 3. Fight.
What is that move? No punish. No. Ooh, back one. Push you. Disrespect. I'm dead.
You win.
Soria. Did I learn anything from that match? I don't think
Get
so.
ready for the next battle.
But hey, I punished for 3-2, 3-4 a lot. Reina has like an easy down for a 2 launch. That's, yeah, 15 frames. So if anything that's minus 15, Reina has like a really good down for 2 range. It doesn't do a lot of damage, but it's a launch. Look at the range. Fuck, I think it's like 2.5. 2.7. Okay, about 2.5, 2.7 range. God damn. So yeah, I think I'm being carried by Reina's down for 2, to be honest. I'm not really launching people at minus 15 with Electrics. Electrics is like, plus all the movement input, I think it's like 14 the fastest. Yeah, 14 frames the
Get ready
fastest.
for the next battle.
Which is like, oof. It's very hard. If you do it any slower, it'll be like, 15, 16, 17, I don't know. It can get very slow. So it's like, it's really hard to do electric punish. You cannot buffer you cannot buffer CD. No, what is this? Isn't this bad? I'm gonna report this player.
Round 2. Fight.
Double? Fair enough. Ow. I don't know why I stepped too much. Rage on? Okay, no rage on. Oh, good disrespect. Don't appreciate the outfit, no? Hey, shit. Push span. I'm running away. I'm reporting this player. Regarding a player, other inappropriate outfit.
Get ready for the next battle.
That is bad, right? That is not good. I don't see that shit on my Tekken 8 game. Goddamn. Nice. Oh, I forgot to block. Ah,
Get
crap.
ready for the next battle.
Leroy. Oh, Leroy is so rare. I feel I'm gonna get washed on this match. I don't know anything about Leroy. Base Tekken 7 Leroy. Oh, let's go.
Fight.
I autopiloted. Damn, I'm getting washed. I'm telling you, I'm getting washed. 3-3, I cannot react to 3-3. Good. Tree, man, tree. Weak. Oh, that's cool. Nice low. Hey, this is an orbital. Do it again. I did. Hey, it's a 1+2 break. No? Sure expected that, honestly. Good shit. Come on, sugar. At least Leroy is cool. I cannot let them get away with that 3-3 so much. React to that 3-3. Alright.
Round 1. Fight.
The tracks.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice orbital. Tree. Weakness the essence of Wing Chun. I'm dead. Ooh. Dragon. Hey, cool dragon. Yippee, we love sugar. We love sugar. Damn, nice tap. Guaranteed because I was back turn. Witness the essence of Wing Chun! Sure, like, no way they do rage on like that though, goddamn. I mean, yeah, good enough. Ow. Low. Bad punish. Told you I'm gonna be. Holy shit! Am I not airborne? Well, that's something that I learned today. Fuck! 3-3!
Round 4. Fight.
Hey, we learn. How do we begin?
Final round. Fight.
Witness the essence of Wing Chun! I got rage out 3 times in 5 rounds. I deserve to die for this. This means I have 0 patience. Kobo! Get slid. Okay, punish 3-3 was saying 2. That's good enough.
Round 1.
I was saying 1, sorry. Duh, that was beautiful. Is it just me or is Leroy not doing as much combo damage, I feel like? Yeah.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, not that punishable. Again? Wow. Good throw.
Round 3. Fight.
I should stop doing that. They're already pairing it always. I need to stop autopiloting that much. Safe. Oh! Fuck. I'm not going back. Witness the essence of it. I was waiting for it, bitch. I was waiting for it, bitch. Nice OP. I eat. Okay. Hey, I'm learning something, right? we block and punish 3-3. I think that's good enough. I'm sure there's a lot of things that I can done even better, but we block some 3-3 and we punish some 3-3. I didn't get steamrolled like the first match. I think that's good enough. You know, that's good enough. Oh my god. Cannot do that? Ooh. This new wall combo is pretty good. How much was that? This is 35 damage, so... Oh, shit. $25, 23. So that wall combo was 35 damage? And this is... 22 damage. I mean, 3 points is not much, but in Tekken, in the Tekken world, in the Tekken universe, 3 points is a lot. Oh, did that not? Range! Damn, that's pretty good. no one playing right now? Weird. Yeah, that's why. I was like, I'm playing Tekken, not Gunfire Reborn, because it's a Sunday afternoon. Oh, hey, let's go. Launch Gunfire on the side, my PC would die. What? Why? My PC will absolutely destroy itself. It's like, nope, I'm done. Bye bye. It's already like it's already sort of dying when playing Tekken 8. Yeah, that's not it. No, Kobo. I love how this one has no tracking. If they sidestep for a little bit, it doesn't track. Damn, what the fuck? Wait, no, wait. Oh my god. That's the Muscu tech. I can do five fake electrics by not having execution. There's no way. Oh my god, that's so funny. Alright, purple rank, let's go. My god, I just hit 5 electric with no execution. Down for a 3. Jean, I'm afraid of going against Jean, but I'll see what I can do. I just think that the Samsara is like minus 15. I didn't lab it, so I have no idea. Should have checked. Oh no, what is this? Alright, here we go. Nice. Oh, sweet. Nice. Hey, we take the comeback. Four, baby. Okay, don't do hell sweep anymore. Very dangerous. Damn. Phantom range? Oh, it's a 2 break. Not attention. No? So many comebacks, we take those. Ale? どうしたんですか? I can't believe it, there's so many comebacks on this round. They're probably gonna learn all my bullshit, but let's try my best.
Round 1. Fight.
It's a, wow, phantom range, damn. What kind of... What? That's safe? Good punish. Oh. Good punish. Hey, what this, huh? I'm spamming square. Walao way. Did your game crash? Probably. 134 is too much for the computer to handle. It's not rage quit. This is a game problem. Oh, hi Nexus. It's the pin. How you doing? Oh yeah, I just realized the boob and pad is probably off. Oh my god, how long has it been that way? I will cry. There we go, that's perfect. Stretch that bone. You got it. I'll stretch that bone. Oh yeah. Oh god, sorry, no Wi-Fi. Yeah. Oh, that feels good. Thank you, Christ. I'm gonna drink some water as well. No, Kobe. Ooh, whiffed. This is a real mix. Whoa, so on a wall, it does more damage. Yeah. I've been lurking, popped by some other beings to say hello. Nice, nice. I always appreciate a lurk. Thank you, thank you. Ooh. This hurts my hand. Oh, that works. Wow, not a lot of people is playing this game somehow. Maybe not a lot of people at this rank is playing, you know what I mean? Since I'm at TENRYU, it's kind of a high rank. Okay, last match I guess. Last match I guess. Oh fuck, okay. Oh my god. Shit's plus. Oh, setups. What an insane heat smash. Plus. Should I punish that? Nice punish. I ducked. Is it a 2 break or 1+2? That's a 1+2. Ooh, good. I'm dead. It is a 1+2 break. Okay. Oh my god. Can. Insane character, what can I say? Insane. Absolute insanity. Alright, let's finding more learning. Let's go. Oh, so they like a low parry on that? Ow. Then duck that. Plus. From the hit. Oh my god. Can know a low start? I low parry though. Plus. Oh my god. They duck a lot. The leg. Didn't duck. Oh my god. When Jude's twerking is so hard to deal with. I'm trying to learn any duckable strings. It looks like that stance is duckable. Good block. Yeah, that one. Looks very duckable. That one. Fuck, I need to shut that down. Need to shut that down. Oh wow! Sabaki? Oh my god. God damn. That one. God damn, it's holy shit, man. Alright, learn. Eek. Less whining, more learning. Let's target, get in the game, come on. Hit me, hit me. Safe. Can't cancel, they're punishable. Ah, fuck! Big check. Jesus fucking Christ. High crush! High crush from that move! This character is insane. Yep, I'm getting heated. Fuck, this is bad.
Get ready for the next battle.
How is June a character? God damn. I need to duck the 1-2 spin. That shit is like shit. That shit is killing me. Oh my god, that sucked. Right. All good. Deep breaths. Wait, how far is this? Well, not that far. 3? 3.2? 3. 2.9. 2.9, okay. That's a really good range. Thanks for the pets, Nexus. I'm being salty again, fuck. I think at this rank it's just June, Xiaoyu. I saw one Brian, but that Brian was We don't talk about the one that I just recorded, but the other one was Garyu, I think. I saw a bunch of Garyus, not gonna lie. Yeah, I just think that there's not a lot of people playing at this rank. It's the rank problem, not the player base problem. You know what? Let's return to main menu. Let me check the match ups. Like, ooh, cool. It's Phoenix, but it's not Dragon. June. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of Jin as well. One Leroy. Yeah, this is the one that I just blocked. Fang, but green rank, June, Paul. Paul is pretty good. Oh yeah, Dragunov. A bunch of kings on the start. That's a good Brian. Then we have a funny Jin. This is why I promote for Shin with TENRYU. Oh yeah, Reinas as well. I think I fought like 2 Reinas. Paul, King, late top. Oh, this is the Katsu. But you know what? Let me look at the last match here.
Get ready for the next battle.
I didn't break throw, so that's on me as well. I want to see if that stance throw is breakable. It has to be breakable, right?
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah, this is duckable. I was like, shit, I need to duck this. Even though I got hit on the first one, it's duckable. Plus, this is duckable. Yes, I noticed this because they were abusing this shit. It is breakable. Okay, so it's 1+2. Oh, you're right. I forgot. That should be very punishable. And then Ken.
Round 2. Fight.
Ken. Oh, it's unpunishable. Wait, Ken unpunishable? Ken -6. Oh my god. And then, wait, let me check. Ken first hit is... low. It's a low. Okay. Yeah, this is duckable. They were abusing the shit towards the end. Down 4-4, duckable. So it's just a mix unseeable low in heat. Duckable. 4-3, 1+2. Okay. Look at that! So many times! I didn't even duck it. So many times, I didn't even duck it. I disrespected that. Then how much is that? That's +3. Goddamn. Okay. Homing mid +3. Yeah, this one. It is when they start this blender, I start to like vanish. Yeah, I think there's 2 key moves that I need to duck. Let's learn it for next time. And then they got the Sabaki as well. Fuck me. Duck, alright. Then 1+2 break. Mix. I shouldn't have cancelled that one. This heat dash. I should have just not hop forward. Duck. I think it's at round 5 I start to duck a few times. There we go, yeah. I think I can punish harder. Wait. This one, right? Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, I ducked it. So here... Oh, P1 controls. Okay. No. P1 control. Let me try again. Right? It's that punishable. Yeah, it's that punishable. Let's practice a few more times. Duck, boom. Right? Know this feeling. Remember this shit, alright? Duck, boom. Any heist duck, I feel like a lot of heist duck can be punished with like full crouch down for 4. Okay. See, I could have won there. I ducked it, but I didn't punish it because I was actually just backdashing. Throw break. Don't have that. Crouch under the throw. Didn't punish this. I was flustered. And then the high crush. That high crush scared the fuck out of me because it's just like a mid poke. Mid poke with high crush. Good fucking god. Okay, I know that feeling now. Next time I will stop flustered against a June matchup. Next time, I'll fucking destroy. I'll learn, alright? I'll learn. If they like 1-2+2 that much, need to duck it, punish it. Kuma? Did I play Kuma for a little bit? Let's play Kuma for a little bit.
Get ready for the next battle.
I haven't really seen a Kuma online. I heard Kuma online popularity is not bad. You know what? I'm playing Kuma, why not? I'm playing Kuma, fuck it. Wow. I think he can do 3 hits right now. And for Kuma's wall combo, I can do delay and then guaranteed. Damage! That's like 60%! Oh, that whips sometimes. Sure. Big hugs for Nexus. Did I just miss that? Wait, I want hugs too. Maybe I was too heated. I didn't even read the
Get
chat.
ready for the next battle.
Battle ruler. Thank you, game. I said +3 minus plus or -3. You give me battle ruler? Come on, game. Jeez, really? Jeez, wheels. Kuma! Yeah! Wow, I'm dead. Good shit. I forgot, Kuma has no legs. Not my bear. I'm just a bear, goddamn. What do you want? Oh, kick? Good punish. Ow. Samsara. Okay, they're relying on Samsara. Let me look for it then. Ow. Disrespect. Alright. Oh no, toxic. Should stay at the ground. Cancel? Oh shit! Samsara on round start. Damn, nice combo. Dude. Here we go again. I'm on the ground? Excuse me? Ow.
Round 2. Fight.
No legs, this guy. Ow. Ow. Oh my god. Oh my god, okay.
Round 3.
That move is OP, let's go. Oh my god, big body, you cannot sidestep. Uh-oh. Give me a second. Hold on, I'm cooking. Hold on, I'm cooking. Kobo! Oh my god, hi! Kobo Gold! Hello, hello. Give me a second. I'm gonna try my best. I don't know why I'm playing my sub against a battle ruler. Thank you, Tekken. Fuck, that is big body! Ow, ow. I hate that move so much. Ow! Ow! Almost died. Already died. Big jab! Good call. Hey, whoa! How you doing? Thanks for the raid. Welcome in. Yeah, let me do this real quick. Oh my god, it's another fellow couple! Apex Legends? Ooh. Isn't that like a shooty bang bang game? I don't, you know, I only saw a few people play it. I think that's what it is. How was it? Did you get any wins in there? Hopefully. Thanks for the raid again. Also, hello raiders. My name is Tira. I'm a kobold. Play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. Look at what I'm doing. I love Tekken. I just love fighting games. And I do art very rarely. So welcome, welcome. Yes, 1 win today. Nice, good to know. I should do more of these, like. It's a battle royale set in the Titanfall universe.
Get ready for the next battle.
Me, EP. Go take care of yourself. Very important. Get some rest, get some food, get some drink. Thanks for the raid, appreciate it.
Round 1.
The post stream can't get them. Is that not punchable? Jab, 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 jab. Ow. Jab, 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 jab. We take those. Fight! Fight! Oh! Fight! This asshole, you do that one more time, I'll punish it. I asked a friend today what's his opinion on Kuma. He said he hates Kuma. Huh? Why? Kuma is cute. I mean, going against Kuma is tough, but I get it. Brilliant ATX, thank you. Appreciate. Welcome in. Do that again, I'll punish you. I'm telling you. Nope. Leg. I think I need to prove him wrong. How are they gonna prove him wrong? Hi there, hi. Oh my god. Why are you pressing buttons? Huh? Yeet. Yeet. Ah! Hey, stop. I'll do it again, bitch. Oh. Nah. Hey. Back punch. Oh no! I ducked. God damn it. trying to practice my Kuma matchup. We down to fight. Oh my god. I don't think I'm a Kuma main. I'm a Reina main though. But I'm down if you want. If you don't mind my half baked Kuma. Body. Ass. How's it unpunishable? Beyblade! Mid. Upper. There's no way that's non-punishable. Low. Reina also is jail for you? Oh, you're a Lily Asuka player. I thought it's a little. I'm just a little Asuka player. Oh, Lily Asuka. Okay, I never fought against an Asuka, but I can try. You have taste. We have 2 stands. Do it again. I'm gonna low carry it. Ah. Good duck. Body. Hey, oh my god, up 2. Oh, that's pretty fast. Haha. Haha. Kuma ball. If you don't mind, sure, we can try a few matches in. Kuma is no legs, sorry. Yep. Ah! Russian? Stop. Stop spinning. Kuma no like. Kuma is gonna Ah. Oh my god, I can't react to that. Wee!
Round 3. Fight.
Legs. Why am I doing down 2 with Kuma? Legs. Oh, I did nothing about this. Body. Look at this mix. Oh, good break. A good throw. Not break. Uppercut. Looking. Oh my god. Why is this clown fest? Oh, fuck me. Okay. More combos to cutely. I'm a little Asuka player. Alright, so I think we need to go to a Tekken Fight launch. Oh, before we fight though, just know that I'm from Malaysia, and if you are from North Southeast Asia, it's probably gonna be very laggy. Just a heads up, right? Just a heads up. If you're okay with that. West Coast is America, right? It's probably not that bad. We can try. I think we need to meet up at the Tekken Fight launch. Like just now I fought against Katsudon. We can go Asia too if you want. Since there's a second, why are we going to the second one? Look at that! I'm a person with cum stain. Don't ask me how. Purple skin, cum stain. Don't worry about it. Oh yeah. Oh, is that you? Oh, that's you. All right. Alright, let's do it. I'll play Kuma first. Well, sorry about my half-baked Kuma though. Why? Why is it putting me into... Why is this game putting me in warm-up space?
Get ready for the next battle.
Is this normal? I have to delay it. 2 bar. Oh. oh no. Why am I in Malaysia? God fucking damn it. Why am I in Malaysia? I don't get it. Yeah, we can try. Got you. I just know that I have no matchup knowledge against Asuka. Oh no. Alright, here we go. 250. Manageable. Beyblade. Mid. I didn't touch that. Don't worry, Kobo, you're the upper hand of being a fucking bear. Fucking bear. Can we punish those? Damn, range. Good. I ducked. I didn't duck that. Ikude. I didn't break that. It's impossible to break throws. Can. Good smash. Can't hit. Kuma ball. Electric, save me. Ah! Good call. It's playable. Don't know how you feel about it. Good call, good shit. That's a really high ticket prowess though, hell yeah. Can't hit. Yeet. Kuma ball. I'll do it again. Yes. Good. Didn't duck that. Upper hand of being a burr. Good call. That should be punishable, right? I think it's like -12 or something. Good combo. Good low. You're not gonna do it again. You are actually doing it again. Mad lad. What can I say? Oh, good punish. Low. Up.
Final round. Fight.
Low. Give me that. Good. Good armor. What is that? I should have... Ah! I cannot break through! Holy shit, it's 5 frame delay! I'll try my best. Also, don't worry, just keep throwing me, it's fine. If you want that is. Ah! Miss input! Good luck. I need to uninstall Tekken! I need to uninstall Tekken! Fuck. Good shit. Why is that jab crap? Jab. Yeah, don't worry about throws. Just play your game normally. too late. Armor. Electric, save me! Oh, I was spec dashing. Unclean. Ooh! Schmick.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh. No one expects the third. Hunting stance, Beyblade. Oh my god, I cannot do combos. Disrespect.
Round 3. Fight.
Ow. I need to duck that. Good call. Two can play that game. Oh my god. Low. That tackle. Jab. Oh! You know what? You can blame the lag. You can blame the lag for that.
Round 4. Fight.
Ooh! Ow, I tried to punish that. Ow. Wee! Pop. Kick. Oh, that... Never seen that before.
Final round. Fight.
Bop. 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 Ow. Oh! Please not just stuck that string, huh? We punish those. Disrespect. Hey! I'm gonna break a throw someday. Whoop. Nope. Okay. Good on. Hey, I'm ducking strings. I'm actually learning against Asuka as well. I just hope you feel the same because my Kuma is so half-baked. Oh no, there's no... there's no... Okay, I have an idea. Hey, let's go back to the launch. And then add each other as friends. And then I can create a lobby. And then we can fight there. So that we don't need to keep going back to the thing. Alright, give me a second. Take an 8 friend request. Flame ruler? Yo, way too strong, goddamn. Alright. Give me a second. I'm gonna go to main menu. No, not exit game. How do I go back to main menu again? And then I'm gonna invite you to a player match. So then we can fight there without having to go back to matchmaking. Session name? Wait. Connection quality preference, just no restrictions. Private slots 1, so that I can invite you there. Rounds. This is a gauntlet? Yeah, 2P gauntlet. Oh, there we go. Create session. So essentially it's a death match. And then let me sub menu, invite friend, take an 8 friend. Brilliant. Who? Oh, oh my god, brilliant, but why? What did I do? Thank you. Oh my god. To Hibli, to Kim, nice. Zyker Aveling. Oh, Finch got it as well. Lester of Smag, I don't know who that is. Oh, thank you. Oh my god, 5. Thank you. Zyker Aveling. Oh shit. Wait, can you not get in? Is it because it's a private slot? Thank you, brilliant. Goodness, he just came in. Thank you. Did I mess up the room? Didn't get your room invite? Shit, I invite twice already. Is it because it's taken an invite? It's different. You're using PC, right? Here, let me try again. This one, I think Steve. Or do you want to make a room and try to invite me? That could work as well. Or is it because it's like take an 8 friend system, so it's like a different kind of invitation? I don't know how this works. I rarely go player matches. Not getting it. You could try making the room, or you can search for a room named Bean. Is taking region locked? I don't think so. I'm playing against someone who's from America. Twice. I was playing against Katsudon, who is from America as well. And then Brilliant is slightly closer because when I play against Brilliant, it's more bearable. Like it's only like 250 ms. Send an if. So, did you get it? Okay. Let me try. Nanti dulu kasih saya cek saja. Can I just like delete? No.哎呀，他妈的跟你怎么这样麻烦哦？真的是，你他妈找东西又找不到，不懂什么鬼东西吐有时候。Search sessions, I guess. Oh, do you have a room name? Tekken 8 啊，真是吐为什么？ If you make a room, I can look for your room. Sorry about that. No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. It's just Tekken 8 being weird. Okay, then I make a room. Session name would be, again, brain. And I think I'll set this any on everything so that you can search for the room, I guess. And of course, cross-platform play, gauntlet, private slots, there. Actually, do I want to put it as private slots? I don't know. Let's see if we can search for Bean. I don't know. If not, I'll change the private slot to like none. Oh no, the sun is coming back up. Fuck. What time's now? 4:15. No wonder the sun is shining directly on my face. Who is this? Siapa kamu? Jangan lah. Macam ini saya tak tahu kamu sudah. Ayo. It's private slot. How do they even find it? Oh, is that you? That's no. Your name is brilliant, and you are Lily Main. Why is there no gauntlet mode in the thing, huh? Okay, let me check again. Is it in community? I mean, it's not really friends. Oh wait, do you mind if I add you on Steam? I think if I invite you on Steam, it will pop up something. Alright, hope you don't mind, thank you. Give me a second. Sorry about this. Alright, friend request sent. My profile, my Steam profile is named Godraxon. It's not Tiora, it's different. It's my old name, but I'll take it, it's fine. I look like a Kobo, just like this one you see on the screen. I'm looking for the room. You can the bean does not exist. Shit. Alright, let me try to create the session again. This time. Accepted it? Okay. Now give me just one moment. I think I can just like put these things in there. Because I personally invited you, so this one is fine. Create session. And then invite friend, Steam friends. God, there's so many people playing. Or maybe if I go like manually. Watch game, invite to game, how about that? Oh, thank you, Tekken8. You suck. Let's go. You know what? I'll play a few rounds of Kuma and then I'll try a few matches of Reina. Because I feel like my Kuma is just so half-assed, I feel bad.
Get ready for the next battle.
Kuma! Insert! Insert! You need to go to troubleshooting. Oh! Oh my god! Uh oh. My backdash is unclean, man. I'll do it again. Oh! I'll do it again. Oh! Oh my god, I can't break ropes. Oh, good disrespect.
Round 2. Fight.
Leg. Oh my god, evasive. Looks guaranteed. Elegant. Voila. Do it, Beyblade. Do it, grab. the Kuma cheese. It's a 5-4 French girl against an 8-8 bear. Oh my god, I messed up the combo. Disrespect. Leg. Ooh, nice delay. Mid, delay, boom. Here. Kuma ball. I'm dead. Hammer. Ah! Good shit. Oh, good break. A good throw. That's not break. I'm not breaking throws. Low. Good, man. I low parried. Oh god, I'm getting the parry gun. I did. Because I'm a kobold. Lucky. Ooh, evasive. Ooh, evasive. I ducked. No, no punish. I'm a fraud. Low. Low incoming. Oh, good disrespect. S'il te plaît. Let's go. We got gauntlet mode. Oh my god, look at that rematch button. With no limit. This is the best game ever. His whole fight is a scene out of Modern Oblivion or something. And then anime cute girl fighting a bear with a I can do good patience. Disrespect. That is cheating using that move on the 5-frame delay and 2-frame throwback. Eek. Should I expect the low? Good shit. Ah, my backdash is not clean. Magnifique. Okay. Akuma, your stubby toes. Good throw. Stubby toes. Like. Oh, hi crush. Good bump. Voila. Wait, sorry, more fun. Did I just dodge it? I'll do it again. I'm sorry, I'll never do it again. Lied. I might have lied. Oh, gonna hit it with the audible mix-up. Oh no. Sorry. Oh my god. Ooh. Ooh. Snake edge, I can react to it. Come here. Cheese bear, I'm so sorry. It's the cheese bear. Surge. We love surge. No. No. Magnifique. Nice. Ooh. Ooh, guarantee. Back turn. Ah! No parry. Oh, oh my god, I almost died. That's right, I forgot about that. Ass. Need to condition you more. Good disrespect. Good block. It's punishable. Yeah! Yeah!
Round 2. Fight.
Ooh, nice. Oh my god, what is that? I didn't punish it. I'm a bad player. I didn't duck that. Kumabe! Wee! Ah! Good call. I cannot see anything but there. Ooh, damage. Good call.
Fight.
Oh. You what? You what? Kuma! Wee! 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 Ah! I'll do it again! Wee! That is special mid plus 5 on block, that Kuma. That bear fist. Oh, not that punishable. I tried. New combo! Bam. Ah! It didn't work! La, 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 la. Oh, I think that's a punish and a half. Good stuff. What did that whiff? Good range. Mid. Ooh. Cheese.
Final round. Fight.
Oh. Oh, good throw. Disrespect. Stubby toes. Another one. I think that's a high, right? Ass. Oh. Hydrobot. Thanks for the pet. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, that electric is special mid plus 5 on block. You cannot duck it. It's wild with no execution. Ooh, big body! Ow. My legs are gone. Wee! Bop. Magnifique! Oh! We confirm that.
Round 2. Fight.
Beyblade! Oh. Oh, nice delay. Oh! Kuma, your stubby legs! Disrespect. Oh my god, I can react to that. I'm a fraud. For the sense of playing that bear, this is a funny. No, Kobo, Jesus, no! I'm not a bear main. I swear, I'm not a bear main. I'm a Reina main. I'm a Reina main. No punishment, please. Bop. Bop. Oh my god. Bop. Kobo. What, Beyblade? Ah! Wait a minute. Also, hello, Kobo Jesus. Are you the Jesus of Kobolds? Second hit. Good low. Beautiful.
Fight.
Big body. Body check. Wee. Another one. Wee. Pop. Oh. Bait. Oh, that's a nice combo. Hey, we take those. The squad's unavailable right now. No, hello, and oh, sorry. I even I haven't enabled it in a while. Magnifique. Yeah. Oh, that's a new one. Is it a back turn key? Oh, I cannot break it. I cannot break it. Oh my god, 5 frames of delay, it's impossible. I'm gonna break the throw someday. Good shit, good shit. It's like this girl's fighting for justice. Kinda. Also, I'm playing against a viewer here. Then we learn about Kuma. I need to do more cheese. Like like not that punishable. What's thing 4 maybe? Ass. Yeah. Oh, good. Someday I'll break the throw in 5 frames of delay. On round start, that's not a good idea, but you can do it on like a few times. Condition block. Low. Kuma ball.
Round 3. Fight.
Body check. Oh, the range on that thing. Don't we punish that? Kuma ball! Wee! Huh, Beyblade! Good block. I didn't do a second one, so it's very confusing. I'm a fraud! Wee! What a punish, I'm gonna cry. That's launch punishable! That's not launch punishable! Look at this. Smack super! Kuma ball!
You win.
That's a disgusting schmick. Hi Percival. I'll play a few more rounds of this and then I'm gonna go for Reina. I hope you don't mind. Although Reina, I don't think I can go Reina really good because of, you know, 250 MS. Yeah, nice. Nothing. I lied. Low parry.
Okay, watching Reina right now, Kobo, but you better keep for me for the next 2 minutes. Oh! Alright, yep. Yep, yep. Disrespect. Good mid. Oh, it doesn't work on Kuma! Yep. Mix? No! Cute! Oh, good break. A good throw. Waking up. Nope. Ooh. No! Here!
Round 3. Fight.
No. Ah! No. Sorry, this is Tekken 7 combo. Yup. Bop. 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 Wee! Bop. Bop. Yeah, it's hunting stance bullshit. Oh. Oh my god, big body! Careful, careful. Bop. Ooh, good disrespect. That was beautiful. Cancel it. Oh. That was almost cool. Yeah, bear hunting stance shenanigans is bullshit. It's all I can say. The mids are so scary, the lows are bullshit. Constant high crush. Oh, I didn't punish it. Yep. Oh. No.
Sorry, bad combo. Good range. Mid. Oh, good rage art. I should have respected that. Yeep. Yeep. I don't think I yipped as much, but yeep. You know what? What the hell is the camera angle? Oh, good mid. That was beautiful.
Round 2. Fight.
I'll pick a round start. Interesting choice. Those are some good steps though. Magnifique. Elegant. No parry. Oh, nice. Ooh. Cute. Bear. Low. Low. Mid. Fair enough. Merp, merp. Yep, yep. Merp. I'm not dead yet. Mom, give me a second chance. Mom, give me a second chance. I threw it away. At least it's a punish. Oh, so. Nice. Oot. 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 Eat. Yoot. Yep. Woot. Oot. Oot. Boop.
Round 4. Fight.
Boop. 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 Bop. Bop. I need to remember that. Oh, what's thing for? Tekken 7 combo! Beyblade! Boom! Me, bam! Tekken 7 combo!
Final round. Fight.
Disrespect that. Disrespect that. Oop. Yep! Yep! Yay! I'll do it again! Careful.
You win.
Kuma is cute. Alright, one more. Then I'll try some Reina after this. I'll see if I can play Reina in 250 MS. Ooh, good. Magnifique. Ooh, good range. Disrespect that. On the hit. Wee! Ow. No parry? Almost died. Good throw. Good. Ah! Oh my god, I almost died from that. Good call out. At you. At you.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh yeah, second hit. Low. Elegant. Baguette hong hong. We punish that. Damn, I'm actually seeing this stage small. Oh, good call. I need to respect Rayjar so much, that's my weakness. At you! At you! Okay, first order of business, respect Rayjar. Ooh. Elegant. Oh. Bop. Bop. Whoop. Oh my god, shit combo. This shit combo.
Round 4. Fight.
Bop. 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 Oh my god, shit. Yep. No. Ay. I'll do it again. We. Oh, good disrespect. Oh, careful. Kuma has a really strong whiff punish tool, so try not to whiff too much buttons. That's the strength of Kuma. Kuma struggles when you like this. Kuma struggles when you really rush him down. But Kuma also is like a full 1-1-1 to stop you from rush down. So it's all like mind games. But Kuma really suffers when you go apeshit on Kuma. And also one thing to know is that Kuma has like weird hitbox. So the legs sometimes don't hit. It's just Kuma shit. Let me try some Reina matches, hope you don't mind. Hi Merv. Welcome. Hello Merv. Yep. Hope you're doing good. Reina. hope Merp is doing good. How's the best Kobo doing? Best Kobo. This time I'll attach to Merp. I'm sorry. Oh my god, stinky. Stink.
Get ready for the next battle.
Ooh, wall stage. Small stage. Alright. Here we go. 250 MS. I'll try my best.
Round one. Fight.
Good patience. Disrespect. Don't parry. Woohoo. Nice. I cannot confirm it. Oh my god. Nice. Guarantee. Oh, it's so hard to do electrics with this. But I got this. Got sick.
Round three. Fight.
No. Magnifique. Good call. Ooh, nice combo. Oh, good throw. Can't break it.
Round four. Fight.
He's staying at the ground. Oh, god damn it! My game. Oh my god, my game crashed. No, my whole PC froze. Is OBS still there? Hello, chat. Oh, OBS is working now. No. Is it a crash? Let me check. Oh, it is the crash. Look at that. UE Polaris game crash and will close. Low level fatal error. He was trying to fight anyways. To be fair, yeah. It's sad. And it's sad that I'm in Malaysia. There's so many people I want to play against that's not in Malaysia. No, like, not a lot of Southeast Asian play this game. It's so sad. Or plays funny game in general. Alright, GG's. Really strong lady though, I have to say. What's the time? 4:49? I can play a little bit more. Hmm. Nah. Nah, you know, I'm feeling it with Reina. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. But good stuff though. I actually reacted to Snake Edge one time. It's not read, but I actually reacted to the Snake Edge. It's like, oh fuck. Bad punish though. What are the games you want to play then? There's so many games I want to play. So many. And Tekken is one of them. Honestly, I'm just surprised that from here to America, it's like super fucking far, and the game still works sort of okay-ish. I'm still surprised. This is like the same problem I had with Dam's Fighting Herds. Crap. Are you gonna your avatar again? I assume you're asking about my 3D avatar. I cannot when I play this. My game already crashed. My PC will fucking die if I use 3D model right now. Taking is pretty intensive, I have to say. I have the... Here, check this out. I have the graphic settings on pretty low already. I could lower the resolution. See, that's the thing, I could. But I don't wanna. Do I want to? What happens then? Oh, nope, 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 nope. 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 Oh, my whole screen looks funky after that. But yeah, thanks for the match, it's brilliant. Albeit it's not very nice, but it was fun nonetheless. I liked it. I like casual matches. And not just like sweaty matches. Loyally.
Get ready for the next battle.
I had a light breakfast. Or brunch, actually. The cutest little noise. No Kobo. Let's go. I don't know why I'm still coughing. Weird.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh shit. Kazuya? Damn. Lore fight? You are not Kazuya. Who are you? Let's go. Special intro. Yeah.
Fight.
Good punish. I keep messing up. Mid.
Round 2. Fight.
Gibby. Nice, beautiful. Woo! What a whip punish, that was beautiful as fuck. Ow. Oh! I'll try to do something. Am I dead? Good duck. I autopiloted it, that was bad.
Round 3. Fight.
Woohoo! Why are you jumping? Good punish. Ooh, perfect punish. God damn. I ducked. Ooh, damage. Good stuff. Good punish. Woohoo! I need to have more patience there that they know that they know my timing now. Good mid check. Woohoo! Nice. It's always so refreshing to see a really nice Kazuya. And it's always nice to fight against a Kazuya anyway. Dear! I'm stupid. Oh, muscle tech. I did that too. I need to stop doing that. They are doing that a lot and it's catching me off guard. I tried to snap it. Slow. Good jab check. God damn.
Round 2. Fight.
Good check. Woohoo! Doria. I autopiloted. Good stuff. Hey, patience. We take those. Good duck. Beautiful. Whoa. Reading? Hey! Fuck. Good grab. Didn't expect that. I was trying to apply pressure and I got grabbed. No sweep. Nice. That was quick dashing. Hey? That was bad. This one is lane. She was sniping it. We take those. Still have a chance. Good step. Nice. Let's go. We actually punished the down back 1-2. God damn. minus 19 and minus 18. We punish those. This is fun as hell. It's so cool. It's such a good special intro. Yeah. Nice. Good duck. Good duck. After. Woohoo! Getting clipped by everything. Careful. Good low. Beautiful. Nice. I ducked. Ooh. That's a tech, right? I've seen a lot of that. Back punish. Good. Good punish. Ooh, nice! I thought I could do electric. I ducked. Whoa! What a wave dash! God damn! It waved over my jab. Good duck. Get ready. Ooh, good punish. Okay. I guessed it. I guessed it. I cannot believe it. Woo. Hell sweep. Hell sweep. Nice combo. Hell sweep. No. Whoa! Good dog. That was good. That was, you know what? That was beautiful. They never do a single hell sweep throughout the whole match, and then they throw hell sweeps towards the end there. Really caught me off guard. That was beautiful. Kazuya, I hardly know you. I'm gonna play more against this Kazuya. Damn, no. Alright.
Get ready for the next battle.
I want you to win, of course, but for some reason I like it to see Reina lose. I wanna win! I wanna win!
Round one.
To be fair, Reina is not like inherently bad, it's just like, she's just like Heihachi. Good check. Nice. Ow. Wow, that was bad. Check. Big check. Big check in response to pressure? Okay.
Round two. Fight.
Big check. Alright, nicely lane. Plus. That's your game plan, isn't it? Whoa, they didn't do the jab anymore. Good mix. What can I say? Actually, good mix. Oh, nice Shining Wizard. That was pretty fast. I didn't duck that. Woo! I cannot let them get away with that full port neutral 2 too much. Oh, the yips. There's more kobolds now, I'm so happy.
Round 1. Fight.
Good steps. Oh, shit, it's a generic throw. Shining Wizard? Ooh, what a snap. Thank God I didn't whiff. Oh. Pika Gaming, thank you. Hi, hi. Nice, I have no patience. Rolling. Oh. Yeet. Confirm. Big check. Nice delay. Big check. Big check. Oh, I'm dead. It's so fast. Cats. Good punish. Shit, I was attacking. Disrespect. Big check. Big check. Good, I ducked. I was doing that. I was thinking that they might do RKO. Shit. Oh my god, I need to stop doing that. I did not punish Ellie Cake, I'm a fraud. I'm dead. Woo! Full for neutral 2. Really need to find a way to deal with that. It should be stabbable, but to where? I have no idea. Good shit.
Get ready for the next battle.
I need to keep my TENRYU rank. I need Draken. Actually, let me... You know what? I never really do this, but I'm curious about that full for neutral 2. It is that that last moment of the last match.
Get ready for the next battle.
Round 1. Fight.
some strings are duckable, but I just didn't duck. Yeah, this is a generic throw. I didn't even break it. I know why they're doing that generic throw, because they saw that I cannot play well. Yeah, it's a punishable high. They saw that I cannot play well on the other side, so they decided to do that throw to just like change sides. And I was like, yeah, sure, why not? Let me try it. Wait. It is around here, right? Wait, return replay a little bit more here. Okay. Oh wait, it has a little bit. Okay, maybe a little bit more. No. Shit. How do I do this again? It's so confusing sometimes. This is why I hardly know. Okay, here, neutral. Okay. I can block it, but... Ah! Oh! So it's side-steppable in both ways. It's side-walkable. You have to walk it. You cannot just step it, right? Yeah, you cannot just step it. You have to walk. Right? Right? So it is side walkable. I cannot just keep stepping, I need to walk it. Yeah, it's -10, 112. I didn't punish it. They were only playing with a few moves, right? So okay, at least I know that it's like walkable. You cannot just stab it. You have to walk it. Alright, got it. It serves you right, Reina, arrogant. I like Reina though. I love it here. Okay. okay. Hi Brecky. Welcome. How is the Brecky? It's kind of funny how at least Alisa, Xiaoyu, and Jun is the most hated character right now, and I can definitely see why. No one likes to fight against them. It's a pain. Even if I win against them, it's not fun. Hope you have a good stream. I know I'm probably whining quite a bit, but I'm actually having fun still. At least I'm trying to learn the matchups now instead of like just purely whining. I actually try to hit up replay features. Chainsaw arms are fun. To the players who use chainsaw arms, it's fun, but in Tekken 8, because they buffed the chainsaw arms so much that there's actually no counterplay to it. You can only make a hard read against those chainsaw arms. There's no sidesteppable chainsaws. You have to guess on the mid, high, or low. And then there's like a launching mid. If you duck, you're dead. If you don't duck, just keep going on the low. That's why that's why Tekken has always been like a game where they can counterplay with movements. But Chainsaw Arm, they buff it so much that to go against Chainsaw Arm, you have to guess. And guessing in Tekken in general is not fun. It's the most painful thing ever. Oh. Eh. And then when June is in heat, there's nothing we can do other than when June expels her heat, then you can play the game again. $69 damage. Whoa. Whoa, even after 30... Even after 28 frames? 31? Oh, there we go. 45 frames, I guess. That's weird. In DOA, you have a nice rock paper scissors system with strikes, grabs, and counters. For example, you can counter your enemy mid-combo, but if you miss the counter, you take increased damage. Whoa. So it's like RPS system, like Pokken. Pokken Tournament is also like this very heavily RPS system. You have counter, you grab, and you have strike. Pretty much. Counter beats attack, attack beats grab, grab beats counter. But you cannot interrupt mid combo though. I think that's like a DOA thing. Speaking of, I haven't downloaded the DOA yet. Shit. Forgot. My PC is like exploding with too many games that installed. Where is it? Dang. Dead or alive? Like, oh. Dead or Alive 6. It's only 45 now. Oh shit. It's 80% off. Whoa, 80% no. But I am absolutely broke. I bought the plushie and I'm not broke. I'm looking at Steam, by the way. Core Fighters have 4 characters, right? Like you mentioned? It's just I'm always so afraid because I'm in Malaysia. It's so many people that I find love playing fighting games is not from Southeast Asia. It always saddens me so much. It's like every time it's like, why am I in here? You know? It saddens me, it really does. There's some exceptions. Oh, it's probably like a command. Tekken Emperor? Excuse me, game? Oh, fuck. Demotion? What the fuck? That's a 9 rank above, dude. On my way. Nope. Nice. Woohoo! Nice little combo. Ooh, Ken. Oh yeah!
Fight.
Big check. Blows. Good block. Damn. Side step. Nanya. Good heat smash.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh no. Oh no. On my one. Fuck me. Big check. Couldn't break it. 160 MS, couldn't break it. Freaking taken 6. A friend of mine couldn't, for the love of Koto Mac, figure that out, and I even perfected him sometimes only funny counters. Experience player don't seem to fall for Asuka counter stuff. I still fall for it sometimes.
Round 1.
It's like the mega cheese. Wow, you actually countered it? No fucking way. Actually surprised. I showed my card saying that I can do multiple hell sweeps on you. Good. So many Asuka tech that I don't know what to do. Don't know what to do. It's like my first Asuka match. Oh. Good, bro. I need to stop going for hell sweeps. Jesus. Nice. Guaranteed. Woo! Fast.
Round 3. Fight.
You can grab that. That's like a hard counter against counter. Still can't hit by that. It's a one break, I think. Is there one break? Yep, Asuka is pretty annoying to deal with. I cannot tech roll too much against that just now. God, I hate the first two systems sometimes. Fuck me, I want to learn. Yeah, you can grab during her counter. It's like a hard counter. Like when they do reversal and then you grab them, it's guaranteed they cannot break it. Because that means that you read the then you make a hard read on your counter. Oh no, Alisa. When's the last time you fought the Nina? I never want to fight the Nina.
Get ready for the next battle.
Fujin, okay. I mean, I'm Shin. I got demoted. Fuck me, my Tenryu. Alisa shoes looks weird. Looks to me like her feet are clipping through the shoe. I've noticed that barely anyone plays her. True. On the popularity ranking, I think Nina is like bottom 5.
Round 1.
Right, here we go.
Fight.
Guaranteed. What for stupid? My god, what's with the frame drop? Ah, fuck me.
2. Fight.
I'm getting heated. I cannot play Tekken anymore. Good job. I autopiloted it. Check.
Round 3. Fight.
What the hell is going on with the connection? Oh. Good check. Fucking my inputs is getting eaten like crazy. Oh, fuck me. Last match. I cannot play Tekken anymore. I need a break. According to a chat from 1 month ago, Panda is the least played character. Yes. Panda is very unpopular.
Round 1. Fight.
Hello? Good job, what's that? Okay, okay. Yeah, your input's getting eaten now.
Round 2.
It's their PC, I just saw that red. Oh my god. Good timing. Shit. Oh, they messed up the input. Good stuff. I don't. Guaranteed. It's fine.
Fight.
No way that move tracks so much. Mid. Good delay. I'm dead. Good response. I'm getting heated. I need to stop playing this game. Nothing pissed me off more than my inputs getting eaten. I'll stop here. Whew, fuck me. It's already It's already tough already playing a high execution area, and then you fucking eat my input. That's it. I'll stop for today. Well, stop taking 8 for today. Oh man. Like I don't mind losing. I really don't. But what I mind is my inputs getting eaten. You know what? It's 5:31 right now. I could. Tell to be a cold bold and blow shit up. I mean, I could blow shit up. My PC got blown up in this game. I don't like the stuttering though. I wish they fixed it soon. Like they even have like this a million things, but where's the fix to the stuttering? Can command you for recognizing when you're getting heated in the game. It's very important because when I first started streaming Tekken 7, I was really bad at controlling my anger. So there was a lot of time where I just get heated and I don't stop. I keep playing to a point where I just keep shouting like a fucking ape. So it's pretty bad. It took years, but eventually I stopped being so salty about fighting games as much. But I still cannot handle it when my input's getting eaten and I got something that I don't want. That situation is like the worst in my book. It's based on Gunfire Reborn. I did say that I want to play some Gunfire Reborn. No, grenade delicious. Eat them. Must eat grenade. This is why I say combos and the cost of explosion is 99% of explosions. Hey, that's slander. Isn't that slander? No, not 99% of explosions. I think I want to... Do I want to become 3D? Nah, I'm lazy. Just become... Just 2D. I did say I'm lazy today. I find you on Steam. Oh, did you... Is this you? Oh! Merpoo! Accept. I got friend. I got Cobalt friend. Cobalt has been found. Merp is making me want to eat grenades. I think they're kind of delicious. I think they're kind of delicious. Also, when I look at this quarter tree, new heroes and weapons, right? New heroes. Nothing about this resemble a dragon, so I am utterly upset from this. I am absolutely destroyed. There's no dragon in this game. Definitely gonna play some Gunfire in the future? Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty bad at the game, but hell yeah. I'm always up for some Gunfire Reborn. Also found you too. Did you send a request for me? Oh, you did. Kobo. I love the name. I love the name. I hope whenever you get to play DOA 6, the connection will be kind of stable. Yeah, hopefully. I don't know about their netcode. Tekken 8 has like really strong rollback netcode now, so it works when I play against... Well, you guys saw when I play against like a American player. It works. Looks smooth, just a lot of delay. But it's unlike Tekken 7. If I go against that far opponent, Tekken 7 just crashes. We friends now. We Kobo friends now. Cinema Birds 0 out of 10 game. Right? But that looks like a bunny. That looks like a bunai, which I'm very upset. all the bunny character, all the bunny OC just comes in. It's like, don't like bunny, you see? I'll fucking kill you. Oh fuck. I need to stop thinking about that situation where my input got in and I got something I don't want and that cost me the round. That hurts me a lot. I'm pissed. But let's play this game. Oh. I'm still gonna try to like... I'm still gonna try to win with a... tiger. Where banana? Huh? Banana? I don't think I have banana though. I play Gunfire Reborn on Xbox, but console doesn't get any updates. Only 4 characters on console. That's so bad. That's so unfortunate. No. And it costs money? I'm pretty sure it costs money because it's Gunfire Reborn. They added an owl, so I'm super happy about that. Such a sucker for owls. Hey, good for you. I'm okay. I'm like, where's the reptile? And then there's like one Toidle. I mean, Toidle is cool, but I want dragon. I want a dragon. Like, to me, the characters are like, okay, we start from dog. Dog is like, eh. Kitty is like, eh. Bird is like, okay, kinda cool. And tiger, eh. Bunny, eh. Toidle, Monkey, no. Fox, alright. Owl, okay lah. Red Panda, eh. That's my tier list of characters. It's eh, okay, or Very simple stuff, right? Very simple stuff. Never mind, it's 6 characters on console, but in total there are like 10 on PC? Oh shit, yeah. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 10. Okay, so there's 10 characters. Yeah, 10 characters on PC. But Toido is dragon? I mean... 60% dragon, I guess? So no banana today. I want to try solo. I want to try solo. The solo tiger R9. I want to try tiger solo R9, and then I will go insane. Love that Owl is the astrologer of the group. Does they do tarot reading? So big claws up for that. You want to solo? Yeah, I want to try solo Lone Wolf 4 R9. I'm probably gonna go insane, but I don't know. Oh wait, counter violence might be good for Tiger, right? If I see counter violence, I'm getting it. There's no counter violence. Oh my god, there's nothing. Stop! God damn! Give me something else. No, my soul essence. My soul essence. You 手这个 game 真是让人堵拦了。Okay, there we go. Good enough, good enough. Gonna keep bonking monsters? Okay. Sting. They say Sting is good for Tiger, but I don't know. This and then boom.
Hello.
Hmm?
And welcome.
Green grass 30. Ooh. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate. Did I just dodge all that? I can't believe it. A piney? I don't like it, but I'm taking it. Ugh. Do not look at me. Do not look at me. I didn't know there's a fight. Hey. Look, that didn't happen, right? Don't worry about it. No. Oh, fuck. I didn't know people stream Gunfire. This is cool. Yeah. I don't see a lot of people, or I don't see anyone at all streaming Gunfire Reborn these days because there's no long update, I think. But I think the game is still pretty cool. I play this game to relax a little bit sometimes, because just now when I was playing Tekken 8, I got heated, so I decided to like step away from Tekken 8 for a little bit, and now I'm here. Ooh, fine. That one is probably not good for the tiger. Weapon skill breaks normal enemy shield armor and deals damage. I'm dead. Why am I getting this? Which also means bonk. Why am I getting bonked? No. Don't bonk the kobold. Hey, you want some? With both bullet neck shot. Oh, hey, that's pretty good. What's it again? Nimble. Okay, nimble is without speed, right? Same. Me and a few buddies play when nothing else to play. Yeah, there's actually a lot of games I want to play, to be honest, but Gunfire is one of them. Oh god, I've been getting addicted to Counter-Strike lately. Because I started playing Counter-Strike with my mid-school friends again, and oh boy, I laughed until I cannot sleep the other day. Love the game. Love the game when it's all clown fest. It's fun. Am I that good with sniper? Have I always been that good with sniper? There's no way. Kiss the Kobo on the forehead, not bonk the Kobo. See, Jake gets it. Narek is a bully. I mean, I know Narek's a dragon, but a dragon don't bully kobolds. Yikey. Nah, I suck. Wait, just give me a second. The bombs are insane. Oh my god. Oh my god. Someday I'm gonna finish this. Someday I got this. R9 Lone Wolf 4 Tiger. I want to train myself using sniper for a little bit. I always use bombs because, well, explosions. That works. Oh, I like this one. This is good for early game. Because sniper is no AoE, right? One helps. Ow. Good enough. Okay. I don't play Q, but I'll take it. Okay. My, what big head you got. Uh-oh. That's a daylight robbery right there. You saw what happened? Fucker hide behind an invisible wall? I cannot shoot him, but he shot me? I got robbed. I got absolutely robbed that one. Can't believe it. That head was exposed, man. That head was so exposed, and then just like, why? I shot the wall, but not them. Oh, this one is like Q build. Is that even good? It just keeps giving me this kind of thing. For each enemy hit with a thunderbolt plus 30%, 40% base damage for the next thunderbolt for 10 seconds. Oh, it's like a thunderbolt build. 呀妈，可以给我一点好东西。I'm just gonna get this one. It's fine. It's okay. Look, my soul essence is not a lot. Look at my soul essence. It's very sad. It went from 25k and now it's like 17k only. And shots not consume ammo within 2 seconds while using ADS. ADS is right click, right? Hey, got my weapon. I like woodpecker. Ever since the buff, I like woodpecker. Because I can snipe and spam. What's not to like about woodpecker? I got this. Oh, immortal. I was like, what? Why couldn't you die? Almost died from. My god. Kitty's too soft. Why are you hiding for? You're just running away from me. What the hell? No wonder. Wow, 波蕉来咯来咯来了 I know Joe one. I know Joe one. What you want? I never Joe. Geo Fatalis. See if you want Fatalis tonight. No, I don't even know if tonight I get to play games, to be honest. It's a Sunday night. Where'd you come from? I'm just saying that I don't think I can beat Fatalis because I haven't played my Santa World in like years. Alright, just a heads up. Oh wait, my last play was January 9? Really? It says January 9. You're the pro. I am never pro in Monsanto games. If you're on pro, Narix. Narix is a pro. I'm not very. I just go in Ooga Booga and hope I win. Using hunting horn? I don't use hunting horn. What do you mean? Oh, this is bad. I might die here. Did you just heal? Yeah, that's too much. Oh. My god, how... Oh, you're immortal robust monster? And you heal? Oh my god, what kind of game is this sometimes? Okay, think of. Oh, oh. Whoa. Tekken changed. I know, right? Tekken is now FPS. You're playing Tekken with the perspective of the character you're playing. That's how you play Tekken. Hi Overworld, hello. You play Gunfire? I play Gunfire for... I received a gift. Oh, no, I didn't receive a gift. What do you mean? 436 hours, 0.8. Hello Overworld. Hello. Why are you using dragon guns? Because I'm playing Tiger. Yeah. Oh, red. Oh my god, red. Red. You guys gonna see it, I forgot. More red. You guys can see the red. There, red. Red. And the red. Oh my god, look at the red. We love red. I'm helping? You totally is. You are totally helping. Hell yeah. How is the Kobo? Vicky! Vicky! Kobo good, but Vicky! I was the one. Vicky received. Attaches tier 8. We have 2 kobolds now. We have 3 kobolds now. We have a lot of kobolds here.
Yep.
Yep. Right, yep. Oh, good. Right, yep. Tip.
Yep. Yep.
Yep. Whoa, double.
Yep,
Yep.
yep.
Yep. Yeah, yep.
Yep.
Yip away, we're yipping. Yip. Yippee. Yippee.
Yep.
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 All the. Oh my god. The brain stinky. You don't fart and go gasp. It's not good for the health. All the yips. NPC. Hi God. What's up? God? God? There's a check on for that and you don't have to pay channel points? Yeah, it's a secret. No one knows. Me? Yeah, I told her make them me? Yeah? Sorry, I am mega confused by that. NPC. That sounds like what an NPC would say.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, look at that, all the yips.
Yep. Yep.
Help. Murph's given too much power. It's worth it, it's worth it. Or not. I'm gonna use the points though. Hey, that's fair. There's a command for every soundbite. Unlimited power. You now have the power. Yep. Oh god.
Yep.
Oh, the yips. We love them. Oh god, I cannot shoot the head, really. There we go. No, I can't do that. Omnipotent. Oh, omnipotent power. Oh yeah, Riz cannot do that. Get backed by the mighty yip spam. I got backed by the mighty yip spam, but that was worth it. Moisturize and stretch that bone. Okay. We love the yip spam. Curse the yip not having code. Kobo, look after I will. Thank you. Did you know there's a genre called Kobo music? That's actually a genre just called Kobo music. I never heard of it, but now I'm very curious. counts as a Kobo music though. Give one scroll. Give one scroll? I don't know, all these scrolls are pretty good. Oh, welcome back, witches. The album is called Creature Music. Shit, I have to look it up. What if I search for Kobold music? Would it appear? The Kobold Anthem. And of course the first thing is like kobolds fight over moss. It's the video. I've been back. Every time I say anything I got yip spam. Oh, it's just like kobold shenanigans. We sometimes just yip spam a little bit. Sometimes, you know. Just being a kobold. Oops. The story behind it is that there's a band of kobold under the floorboards in an inn. And they play music whenever the inn owner is out. That's kinda cute. Creature music, right? I'm not seeing it. Creature music. Jelly roll? Jelly roll creature? Featuring Tech 9 and Chris Calico? Or is it this one? Here, look at this. This is what I found when I searched creature music. Which I don't think I'm going to click to any of them because of the views here. 76 million. Don't think that's a good idea. Don't do that. Oh, I can play like playlist for smooth brain organisms. Like I am. It's a playlist for me? Oh, this one looks cool. Creature music channel name. Goblin time. Creature music. Goblin time, but there's something about. Okay, it's the first 2 seconds I'm already pleased. Well, why is it goblin time? Where's the kobold time? Rat. Foot. Is that foot or is that rat? I don't know. Rat. More rat. Oh, this one is a chunker. There's a huge chunker. This one is very cute. Rats have a shape. That shape is rat. True. True. It's in the sidebar. Buck rave. A Kobo hula blue. The shape is ball. Oh yeah. Ow, my ear. I can yip to this. I can yip to this. I can vibe to this. Hell yeah. This is good. Not because I'm a Kobo, but because this is good. I'm actually very surprised that there's like a comprehensible, a very... Was that a yip just now? Oh yeah. This is... I can vibe to this. I am vibing to this. Good creature music. Oh. Oh yeah, I saw this video. It's very cute. Monster Manual. This one is fun to look at. Big up my man on the pod. It gets better. This sounds like this sounds like Legend of Zelda music. I cannot believe it. Maybe it does. Creature music, creature music, creature music. Yeah. We love creature music. Creature music, creature music. Is there like a... Is there like a dragon hullabaloo? Dragon hullabaloo? That's not it. That was my copy and pasting. There it is. I want to listen to Dragon Hullabaloo. No, there's no Dragon Hullabaloo. I love how it's all Yakuza. And creature lo-fi? Kobo beats the study too. I know, right? Now, yeah, what? Why Kiki downbeat? It's actually a banger. Let me try. Oh, is it safe to listen to this? I mean, it's a game. It's a game OST. It should be fine, right? It's Sega though. Nope. Well, I'm not gonna play it then. Red. Why do you all hold them like this? Yeah, why? Why do you all hold them like this? Why do you hold them like that? In game, fine, because it's part of the game. Oh, that's fair. I'm not in game right now, so it's best not to listen to that right now. Dangerous. I don't want to step on the bomb or something. I like how Bring is spreading red liberty. I know, right? Oh, the rats. We love rats. Where was I? Have you seen something about Street Fighter 2? Oh, by Terminal Montage? Yeah, I watched a lot of Terminal Montage video. It's fun. Red support managed democracy. More red. Oh, you guys cannot see this red. Long red. Long red. We love long red. He is long now surrender. No. Kobo never surrender. Because we are Kobo. You're actually trolling. They're actually trolling. Press random normal execution of the selected weapon, right? Remove one execution of a primary weapon and lower the weapon level by 1. Wow. When they get hit. Other targets the same series up to 50%. Reduce by 5% if the task is already complete or in progress when this task is executed. When taking damage, so it's like the same thing. Before completing 3 rooms, finish 3 times. Defeat assist 3 enemies within 5 seconds. I can do that, right? Yay! Oh my god. Oh, okay, I already did it, apparently. I thought I need 3 rooms for that, but guess not. Oh, dragon. God, I love dragon, but it doesn't work with my current build. Fine. Strike wing 6.6. Cool. Brook. 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 Mega Brook. Mega Brook. Mega Brook. Mega Brook. We love brick. 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 I found brick. I like brick. Oh, wow, okay. Brick. Change the max copper on to 9,000. When switching stages, change the smallest digit of the copper to 9, and then randomly permute the digits. So if I take this now, and then if I always have 1,000 gold on me, there's a chance that I get 9,000 gold immediately. So let's bet on that. The brick is amazing. Yeah. The brick is doing a lot of damage. And brick fun. I wanna see if I can like get only one digit. Ipachi Paisan. I just need to buy something. 175. Okay, that's good enough. So next stage is guaranteed 9k, and then I can throw away the scroll. I can throw away the scroll. Guaranteed 9,000, here we come. The game is fucking lying to me. The smallest digit of the copper to 9. The game lied. It changed only to 7. Randomly permute the digits. What is permute? Apa itu permute? Let me go check. Translate.google.com. Permute. 交流. Oh wait, no, that's Italian. It's English. 排列. Still don't know how that works. Randomly permute is another word for scramble. Oh, that's why I got 7,000 instead of 9,000. Then, yeah, I mean, 7,000 is good enough. Throw it away. No more gambling. Get out. Boop. 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 This is elite. I'm not gonna go in yet. Boop. 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 Brick. Oh, free. I saw that on the map. Can you guys no touchy? Thank you. Break. 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 I need more bricks. I'm almost out of bricks and I don't like it. Look at this asshole. Look at this asshole. Look at that. They're basketballing my movement. Look at the basketball. What the hell? Get out. I'm out of bricks. Not bad, right? Look at the mama I have. 8k on stage 4. Stage 4, 8k. Easy. Oh, this is nice. I need this one for survivability. I'm a rich Kobo. Oh, thanks for the boop. And boop, good. We take that. Oh, why is it you? Okay, lucky. My ammo count is not going down. Because of this. Shots do not consume ammo when within 2 seconds by using ADS. Haha. Infinite ammo glitch. Skateboarder, Wind Rider, nah. Yeah. I just realized how much filth I had on my table after like not picking up my laptop from its spot in half a year. It happens. Been there. Yeah, in university I never took my laptop like up. Like the amount of stuff the amount of stuff that is under the under my laptop was insane too. It scared me. I don't even know how those things get there. Resolute fire enthusiast? No! Oh god. No, it's 3 times the amount of time before my shield oh. That's bad. I cannot throw it away. The mark will be generated upon crit hit on the normal enemy. Hitting the mark will directly beat the enemy. Even boss? Even bosses I can just straight up defeat the enemy? It didn't say normal enemy. Well, I'm curious. I am very curious. This is super good though. This is a super good woodpecker, but can I can back it up, right? Okay, take this one, back up this one. Oh. Veteran gold medal, torsion shard, gold medal. We use primary skill, secondary skill, or dash. Oh hell yeah! I just found stealth rise, a shitload of dust, a piece of tablet I used once to lower my blood pressure. Oh my! Wow, wow! That is truly, there's truly been a while. Alright, let me try. I'm pretty sure it doesn't work that way, but it should dealt a lot of damage. I'm stuck. You die first. Okay. You die first. Reload time, shock effect? Nah. When total ammo of all types exceeds 60% of the capacity, randomly consume one ammo from the other weapon to increase total damage of Thorny Spike by 250%. After using primary skill, gain a buff. Double the effect of generation time reduction for 8 seconds. Plus 1 second buff time for every 10 ammo consumed or 1 secondary skill used. Wow. Up to 4 stacks per second. That was a really good hell. Weapon, I mean, the weapon. Those stale fries are probably still good. Don't let me go to waste. No. No, don't eat stale fries. Dangerous. Or don't eat anything that's stale, I think. Wait, surely there's 100% minus 3.5% current projectiles percent to minus 50% total damage, but they're extra damage ones. What the fuck? The minus 30% damage dealing of monster, but each attack deals damage twice. Probably from that new food chain, Tasty, and that's it. Without them here, never heard of it. Plus, no, I'm not gonna eat fries for God knows how long ago. Dangerous, don't eat it. I'm gonna get this just to look at what it is. Giant Slayer. Wow, I can't even read that. For every 30 weapon damage cost, deal true damage that is equivalent to 15% of its current HP. I don't know what it is, but I'm taking it. I'm gonna die. When dealing damage on the player, minus 4% total max HP of the player for 8 seconds of the 10 stacks. So minus 40% of total max HP. Begin to generate shield when hitting the players. I'm taking this one. Crit hit will penetrate the enemy shield. No. Enemy effect. Attacks deal additional true damage equal to 33% of the player's max shield / armor. Which is only valid for shield / armor. I think that's not too bad. I'm gonna die. Oh, hey! A little bit late, but I'll take it. I know you don't have McDonald's. There's no McDonald's, but there is McDonald here. Maybe they're the different one. Oh man, they're so tanky. Oh no. No, not the fatty. Fuck. God, it's always the fatty. I cannot kill it. My fingers are not fast enough. It's always the fatty. Fine. I am getting kind of hungry. I do love getting food, and getting food sounds good. Uncle Bao. Refuse. Great. A Discord server of my friend got a hacked account. Oh shit. The hacked account is like they spam a bunch of like links, right? And then tag absolutely everyone in like a split second. They can tag it around for like 50 messages, right? That's shitty. Alright, I think I'm gonna go get some din din. Gonna get some food. Food sounds good. It's getting late too. It's 6:31. Yeah, it's getting late. Well, kinda, not very late. My room is not pitch black yet, so it's okay. I want to listen to this one. I mean, I like Kobo Hula Baloo, but this one is also really good though. You know what? I'm listening to my Kobo music. Music of my people. Music of my kin. It's perfect. Yeah. Rejoice, for we are kobold. The perfect music. Send 5 messages about sexy girls possibly in every single fucking chat. A VIP on the server? Oh my god. That is so unfortunate. Oh, there's another kobold. Metal kobold. I think I read them once. Quite a while ago. They're such a cute kobold. They're playing Gunfire Reborn as well? Yo, let's go. Okay, let's rate them, let's rate them. I found a rate target. Night kobold? Good night. Probably hacked by one of those FSBBT farms. I don't know what that is. The perfect music. Is it on loop? Okay, it is on loop. Let's go. Thanks for stream. Thanks for being here. Appreciate all of you. Oh wait, I'm gonna summon Bernie.
Yep.
Yep, yep,
Yep, yep.
yep.
Yep. Thanks for streaming. Thanks for being here too, Nexus. Appreciate. Look at the mega yips. We love the mega yips. Alright, let me just summon Bernie real quick.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thank you, Bernie. There's also my Discord. Well, you guys know about my Discord, but I just want to plug it anyway. Discord is where I'm most active, I guess. I'll just spam dragon pictures, but yeah. I'm there. I'm there. Am I missing anything? I don't think I am.
You can support me directly with Ko-fi right here, https://ko-fi.com/godroxen.
Breen! Go play your Hell Divers too! Thank you, Breen. Whoever reads this is super awesome. I'm Merp too! All my dragon picks are not safe for work? Hell yeah! Heckin' yeah! We love NSFW dragon picks. Hey, they're very good dragon pictures, Kobo. Yeah. Although don't put it into Dragon Simple Corner. Why is the kobold music so good? Maybe I am a kobold, that's why. Yeah, boop merp, boop merp. Let me type in the rate.
Triple A. Auguha, Ospahaha, Hayo Oops.
Triple A. Triple A. We love AAA. Metal Gold. Hopefully I didn't mess up the name. There it is. Oh, thank you, Nexus. That's the raid message. We're raiding their shinies. Don't know if they have some. Don't see a NSF area in the Discord, so I didn't drop any. Ah, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't think I'm missing anything. Good. We're gonna raid another kobold. Yeah. We love kobolds. Kobolds are nice. And okay, type of the raid. So tomorrow I'll do some art and I'll do some games. Like, I need to force myself to do this. Alright? I need to get back into doing art. So Monday is the day I will start doing art again. Alright? I will try my best. I might whine a lot when I start the stream. It's like, no, I don't do art. But it's okay. Right? It's okay. First step is always hard. I need to get the first step done. So yeah. That's what I'm gonna do tomorrow for sure. Alright? I will not backtrack my words again. And I will try my best. Kobo, you must do art. I must do art. Kobo must do art. 100%. Kobo will try her best. Yeah. So that's what I'm gonna do tomorrow. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. The music. Also know that you guys all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Alright? And thanks for the head pets too. Thank you, Nexus. And here comes right to another kobold. I love kobold music. Eat? I will! After the raid, I'll go get eat. I'll get food.
You all matter, and a matter eater, and are important and I love both your smiley face.
You too, Breen, you too. Eat kobold? Nuh-uh. Don't you eat kobold, you just a bunny. Don't eat kobold, we're just a bunai. Illegal. Do not. I'm so hungry I cannot think. This is weird. This is weird. Okay, anyway. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. I'll press the raid now Budon. It gives Bunai the protein we need. Nah. Bunai are extremely cannibalistic kobold. So they might just eat kobold. Cannibalistic, they just eat Bunai, not kobolds. No, we don't eat kobolds. I bet bokobolds taste like chicken. I don't think so. Kobold, don't eat them. Alright, see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Smooches. Mwah. Bye-bye. Bye-bye-bye-bye-bye. Love y'all. Take care, take care. Is that what I eat every day? Oh my god, don't. No.